Red leather, red leather, red leather. 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 Mic check, 1, 2. Smash the like. It's Lord H. Sizzle music. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Red leather. We're getting started. Share this out. Share it out to your friends and your family. Hola, Flor. Add me to your friends list on Discord. That's not the server. That is my personal Discord. Add me. And you can call in the second segment. Red leather, red leather, red leather. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. How many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? Toy boat, toy boat, toy boat. Cow now, brown cow. 2 minutes to go. 1 minute to go. We'll be starting in just a moment. Got a lot of news. Got a lot of stuff to cover tonight. Hey. Did I pin that message? Yeah, I did. Nice engine. He's red. He's the red man. Yo, sorry I rushed this starting soon picture. I should have put a hatchet or a tomahawk in the guy's in the red man's hand and a blunderbuss in the dang pilgrim's hand. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Hey, add me on Discord. You call in the second segment, talk about whatever you want to talk about. Red hands. Hey, it's about that time. Lord H. Sizzle on the beat. What up, everybody? Welcome to the show. It's Monday night. I'm your host, the Dreaded Conservative. This is jsurbanadventures. My name is Josh. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Thanksgiving. Coming up, this is the last show before Thanksgiving. And I totally forgot that while I was putting the show together until the very last minute. We got our Thanksgiving feast ready, guys. As usual. It's just going to be me. Unless I got a couple friends that might come by to get a plate. But we got some turkey. We got some sweet potato pie. Not pumpkin pie. Sweet potato pie. I wanted sweet potato pie this year. And guess what? I found it. They had it at Smith's. Perfect. We got sweet potato pie. We'll have some cranberry sauce. Shalom. We're going to have some dang old Hawaiian biscuits. Some green bean casserole. Little green bean casserole. You know. Some baked potato. I do baked potato. I could do mashed potatoes, but, you know, what's the point of mashing a dang old bunch of mashed potatoes when you could just cook a baked potato? Just wrap that piece in some foil, put some butter and salt on it, throw it in the oven, and you get it when it's ready. Some sour cream, some cheese, some bacon on that piece. Some turkey. We got turkey. We're going to stuff that boy with stuffing. Some homemade gravy. Best holiday. I agree. You know, as a kid, I wasn't huge on Thanksgiving because it meant going to both different families' house on my dad's side and my mom's side and not getting any presents. We go, we got to do the family stuff. Nothing against my family, but it's a family get together with no presents. And as a kid, I was like, what's the point of this? The food was delicious. I didn't appreciate food when I was young like I do now. When you're a grown man, a day of the year dedicated to cooking and eating is my favorite day. It's my favorite day, and it's all about America. What's up, Lord Bibby 42? What's up, Lord Comby? It's all about America. Not celebrating our diversity, celebrating our unity. Celebrating our unity, celebrating our strength in unity and culture. So we're going to listen to Rush Limbaugh, R.I.P. to the boy, one of my all-time I don't like the word idols, but somebody I looked up to, somebody I was like, man, I want to just sit there and talk and have a bunch of people listen to me. I want to do that someday. Rush, Alex Jones, these are the guys I grew up with. Listening to my dad playing it in the car and being like, this is so dumb. I want to listen to some dang 93.3 FLZ. I don't want to listen to this talk radio. Now I'm a grown man and I don't even listen to music anymore. I just listen to talk radio on YouTube. So it's funny how the tables turn, but we'll listen to Rush give the true story of Thanksgiving. And then I'm trying to change the show plan. I just want to focus on 3 main stories, and I'll try to fit other stories into those 3 main categories. So our 3 main topics today: Trump is back, Ultra MAGA, Trump 2024. And there's a lot of little stories that fit into that. That's a big news this week. We got the FTX scandal. I don't know a lot about it. I got a bunch of articles, and I'm going to read through it now. I think all of crypto is a scam, so I'm not surprised that one of the crypto, and this is actually not a new thing. Like there was another company, and I think I reported on it. That I can't remember the name, but it was just a total shell company, and it was totally fake. And all these people were buying crypto. It was totally fake. So I'm not surprised that this is happening again. But we'll talk about the FTX scandal. We'll talk about the recent Colorado shooting, and just there's also the Idaho stabbing, which I have in rapid fire news. But maybe we'll get all that out of the way in the end of this first segment, just so we can get all that, because there's a lot of violence going on in America, and we're seeing candidates who are pro soft on crime. Fetterman in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia is horrible, and it's going to get worse. New York is horrible, and it's going to get worse. We saw the crime go up since Katie Hochul's been in office. It's going to get worse. Everywhere. It's happening everywhere. All the major cities. In here in Salt Lake City, we had a lady get stabbed a couple blocks away. Not stabbed. She got shot in a parking lot of a bar on 3rd South and West Temple, which is, I could walk there in 10 minutes. I'm pointing the wrong way. It's over there. It's that way. But like I can literally look out my window and see where she was at. Got shot last night. She did. Lots of shootings happening, so we'll talk about that at the end of this first segment. Then we got breaking news. Oh, I haven't even looked into it yet. Breaking news: the Artemis is supposed to land on the. We're landed on the moon. The Artemis is supposed to land on the moon today. Our first moon landing, and our first person on the moon is going to be a woman, supposedly. When I checked into it last night, they said. So that's breaking news segment. And then we got memes, we got reels to watch. We got people can call in on Discord, add me on Discord, and then you can call up in the middle segment of the show. A lot of sex scandals in rapid fire news today. Stuff about that, stuff about, Newsom's wife, and more on Kevin Spacey and rapid fire news. And then last but not least, in the last segment, we're going to do a deep dive into Mormonism. I told you when I started this show that eventually we'd talk about. Oh, shoot. Speaking of hot sauce that I just knocked over, y'all, we got hot sauce on deck. Send me $20 Cashapp. Cashapp, $ Dreaded Conservative. We are funded by viewers like you. Make sure you hit the like button on the way, and make sure you subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Share it to some of your friends. If you like it, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell everybody. Tell everybody. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it. We're kicking the week off right Monday nights. Hot sauce. Send me a Cash App during the show, $20 in the Cash App. Give me I don't know if you want to put your address in the Cash App note. I don't know if you can fit that, but give me an email. Unless you have a way to connect with me already on like Facebook or email. My email is in all the video descriptions. You can always find my email, jsurbanadventures@gmail. Um, Give me your address and I will send you out a bottle of the sauce. We got the super hot. We got the mango habanero. This is my favorite. This is good. I think there might only be one bottle left of this. So, I prefer if you didn't buy it. Then we got the pineapple jalapeno. I'd argue that this is maybe I like it. I don't know. This is good. It's good. It's probably the least good one out of all of them. Maybe it just didn't come out. And this was all tests. This is all my first time making hot sauces. This year's a test. Next year, we're going to be more official with it. We're going to get labels on the bottle. I'm going to get a food processor. I'm going to grow better peppers for the project. But I grew these peppers. I grew a lot of the onions. I grew a lot of the herbs that are used in these in my garden this year. Do you take EBT? No. We're not a commie. This is not a dang old socialist commie platform. We do not take EBT. I'm sorry. Tyrone. I know you blacks like that hot sauce. Hillary had it in her purse. I know Tyrone likes his hot sauce. Yeah, and that's it. So what did I say third segment? Deep dive into Mormonism. I was saying I'm not here to hate on the Mormons. We may poke some jokes the same way we talked about Scientology, but Scientology, come on now. That one's funny. That one's really funny. So we may poke a little bit of jokes, but there's no hate on the Mormons. I actually had missionaries come to my house the other night, and we had a good talk. And they're going to come back again on Sunday. And I'm listening to them, and then I'm posing them questions. I'm not like attacking their faith, but I'm giving them my disagreements and stuff. And so I knew they were coming over, so I had to dig back into my brain catalog here to find all my knowledge about Mormonism that I learned a long time ago. And we'll talk about that. So since it's fresh in my mind, we're going to talk about it. We're going to we got the red pill and we got the blue pill. I'm going to try to red pill. If any Mormons watch this, I'm going to try to red pill you guys, okay? I'm going to try to steer you away from the blue pill. Let's get on the red pill, okay? But I'm not going to, no hate on the Mormons. They're good people. So that's the show plan. That's what we got. Let me play the new song from Tyson James just to kick the show off, and then we will get rolling. You guys broke my heart talking behind my back like that. Well, we said you can't buy my hot sauce with EBT. Ty Rizzle. I break hearts and get banned on Facebook. I haven't been banned on Facebook in a minute. I don't know how. I guess maybe because I haven't been posting. Usually, well, never mind. I haven't been posting stuff that gets me banned, I guess. I guess that's why. All right. New Tyson James song. This guy's a country western feel. It's got Ill Bill in it. Or Kill Will. Not Ill Bill. Ill Bill is the dude from Necro. He's crazy. This is Kill Will. Good song. It's not my favorite. It's a different vibe than what I usually like, but it's a cool song. We'll check it out. Let's give this a listen. As people roll in, let's get the articles up. Should I keep this open? I could just open another one later. Let's get my articles up. So Trump is back. Trump has announced that he's back. I have a clip. I recorded it. We watched it live. I don't know if you guys were here, but we did watch it live. I got a clip. Trump is back. NPR says with midterm losses, Trump's climb to the nomination could be steeper than he'd like. Of course, they're already going to come out with the negativity. All the leftist sites, they're trying to kind of ignore him. They're trying to just like ignore him. And we'll see that here shortly. But they can't ignore Trump. You know they can't ignore Trump. NPR says Donald Trump, who tried to overthrow the results of the 2020 presidential election, inspired a deadly riot at the Capitol in a desperate attempt to keep himself in power, announced he is running again for president in 2024. A deadly riot at the Capitol. Only deadly for Trump supporters who got killed by black people. Facts. I mean, Roseanne Boylan beaten to death by a black cop who got a medal. What's the other lady's name? Ashley Babbitt got shot unarmed. Just came through a window, trespassing into her own property, our property. Remember that, our property. Just coming through a window, If you want to climb through the window of your own house, why not? She came through the window. She got shot up. She was unarmed. She got shot by an African-American officer. I'm not saying these officers were 100% in the wrong. What I am saying is it's not very consistent, because if a white officer accidentally, caused the death of a unarmed black man, then we get riots all summer long and billions of dollars of destruction and lots of casualties. But anyway, NPR saying, I'm announcing my candidacy for presidency. Trump, for president of the United States, Trump 76 said, flanked by massive American flags. They almost put that like it's a bad thing. At his Mar-a-Lago club and home in Palm Beach, Florida. The announcement and official filing comes just a week after the 2022 midterm elections, which saw a lackluster performance from Trump-backed Republicans. That's not candidates in key Senate races and competitive. And competitive House elections. Oh, so even though he had 200 plus of his backed people who won and only 19 who lost, they really got to focus on those 19 because those 19 were big ones. But I would argue that those 19 that he lost, it doesn't matter who he put up, he was going to lose. And it kind of made sure that we all saw that, and it was all put on display. Because you really think that Katie Hobbs, who was afraid to debate, beat Kari Lake, who was one of the biggest driving forces of the Republican Party during midterm elections? You think that that Fetterman, who had a stroke, he could barely talk and wears a hoodie to the dang old Capitol building or wherever he's going, wearing a Carhartt, not doing Carhartt-like things? You think he's going to beat a fairly liberal Hollywood doctor who worked with Oprah? You really think, big ones, LOL. Dean, Ashley Babbitt, and Gabby Petito, the same person, changed my mind. Interesting. I got some Trump shirts for sale. Nice. Oh, Donald Trump going up. Christopher Reeves beat Batman ever and did great in Seabiscuit. Raven over Fetterman. Yeah, so that's what NPR is saying. Let's watch this clip I got real quick before we keep listening to NPR trying to trash Trump. NPR, typical garbage. Let's watch this Trump clip, though. This is from my stream the other day.
This was not the end. It was only the beginning of our fight to rescue the American dream.
Playing some Fallout, talking on Discord. You'll hear Robbie on Discord here in a second. Oh, sorry, you guys got no audio.
That was not good what he did. There are a lot of bad things like that. But we always have known that this was not the end. It was only the beginning of our fight to rescue
Amen. Gilbert Grape
the American
over
dream.
Seabiscuit. I still have not seen What's Eating
And
Gilbert
it's a
Grape.
word you don't use. 2 words. I don't want to be Joe. It's 2 words. American dream. That was not good what he did.
You guys can see
There are a lot
me,
of bad things like
present me,
going to Idaho and saying,
and past me.
welcome to the state of Florida. I really love it.
Yeah.
In order to make
CGI,
America
not real.
great and glorious again, I am tonight announcing my candidacy for President of the United States.
Let's go. I skipped it back a second. I don't know if you're listening on my thing or out live.
Nice.
He's back,
Yeah.
baby. Ultra MAGA. Trump 2024. Let's go. It's not Michelle Obama. I forgot who it was. I remember. What's up, Dean? Yeah, it's a smaller crowd. Get your hot sauce yet, Dean? When you get it, make sure you shake it well before ever use, because it separates. And you could always add more apple
Trump
cider
2024,
vinegar.
he said it.
Let's go. Mine's kind of thick. You're fired,
Stand
Nancy. It up a little bit. Just add a little more apple cider vinegar as it gets lower, and it'll last longer. Trump need to give him his hair pulled. He's looking old.
You ought to try it sometime.
A lot of comments on this speech was that it was
Together,
low
we will be
energy.
taking
I think
on
it
the
was
most
fine.
corrupt
It was at a
forces
smaller
and
audience. It wasn't at a rally.
interests
He was trying to, and he
Our
seemed more
country is in a
serious. He seemed more serious.
horrible
He wasn't
state.
doing a,
We're in
hey,
grave
I'm
trouble.
getting it. It
This
was
is not a
stern. It
task
was
for
like,
a politician
this was
or
a stern
candidate.
speech.
This is a task
I don't
for
have a
a
problem with
Which
it
one
being
was it?
low energy.
that
I
embodies
don't
the
really agree with
courage,
that.
confidence,
It was stern.
and the spirit of the American people.
He did say
This
he
is a
wanted
movement.
to
This is not for
execute
anyone
basically.
individual.
Now vote
Drug
harder
dealers
to save
is
the
a job
country. 300 fentanyl
for
deaths
tens
a
of
day
millions
in
of
America.
proud people working
He's
together
got to
from
be
all
working
across the
behind the
land
scenes to
and
do
from
something to
all
tighten
walks of
this
life,
up,
young and
tighten
old,
this system
black and
up.
white, Hispanic and Asian,
Past
many
me
of
talking.
whom we have brought together
Trump
for
versus
the
Lion's
very,
Head?
very first time.
You think?
If you look at the numbers, if you look at what's happened with Hispanic,
whack.
with
Ted's whack.
African American, with underappreciated
Thank you, Donald J.
police
Trump.
officer who is ready to shout for safety in America. The
Well, I
police
know who I'm voting
are being
for next
treated
election.
so badly. These are great people.
I'm on
They
2
can
over
straighten out
Wakanda
the
Forever
crime. They're the
2.
ones that know
Oh
how
my
to do it.
gosh.
We have to
I
give
can't.
them back their
I'm kind of
respect
upset
and
that
their
movie's doing
dignity.
well. It shows that people
Now
are
we gotta
retarded.
wonder who the Democrats are putting
This
up.
will not be my campaign.
Yeah, I know.
This
Is it
will
going to be Trump
our
versus Biden
campaign
too? A lot of these
altogether.
woke
rematch.
has been bombing. I was hoping that one was going to
Too many
bomb
Newsom.
hard. Newsom, but it's not.
Yeah.
Could
It's
be
not.
Newsom.
It's a problem.
Because the only force strong enough to defeat the
Right
massive
now is-
corruption
was
we're
not
up against is
Raised
you,
by fist
the
penis.
American people. That's
Guy.
true. The American
God, we've just
people
lost
are the greatest
viewers because I
That
said
shit hurt
Wakanda
him.
Forever was
And
gay.
we
That's
on both
just-
sides. We're going to bring people together. We're going to unify people, and it was happening in
Now he's
Biggie
going to
versus
have a new
Tasty
slogan.
administration,
If he has a new
previous to
slogan,
the
he might
previous.
drop it right here.
And what was
That's
bringing them
what's
together
up.
was success. Prior to COVID coming in, the people
Mitch Berger,
were
Trump
calling
is
me, that were
epic.
calling
Who's
me.
Mitch
You
Berger?
wouldn't
I'm
believe
still
it.
waiting for the
People
historic.
What's up, Red
so
Dirt
far
Farm?
left, I figured they'd never speak to me, and I would never speak to them. But our success was so
That was the
incredible,
historic announcement.
like
Robbie.
never before.
Yeah, see,
Robbie
it's-
was
see,
upset.
it's
He
still
wanted
in
more
play
of a
until he's
historic
We will
announcement.
make America proud again. We will make America safe again.
Frederick,
We
nice.
will
Big time.
make America
Frederick hasn't been here in a while. I know he's been
again.
on vacation in Kentucky.
God,
And we
America.
will make America great again. Thank you very
Make
much.
America
God
glorious.
bless you all. Thank you.
Make ammo cheap again, too. All right, that's our Trump
But we
clip.
always
Let's
have known
go.
that
Trump
this was not the
2024,
end.
baby.
it was only the beginning of our fight
Yo,
to
if
rescue
you ain't voting for
the
Trump,
American
then
dream.
bitch.
And
You already know. You already know how I feel. You already know how I feel. And no, actually, I don't know if I should say it. Let's just say me and an unnamed person made a bet. And he made a bet with this unnamed person, made a bet with other unnamed people that DeSantis would win. And so I vote against it. So my only bet is that DeSantis will not win. I don't know who's going to win, but I don't think DeSantis is going to be president in 2024. And I got $100 that says DeSantis will not win. Now, if it comes down to Trump and DeSantis wins the primary, I pray to God that I have to pay that bet out. I will happily pay that bet out if DeSantis wins. I'm going to start saving right now. I got 2 years to save up $100. I think I can do it. Guys, hit me up with the Cashapp in the super chats, the super chats, because I got a bet on the line that I hope that I have to pay out. $100. It's going to be tough to come up with $100 in 2 years, but I think I can do it with you guys' help. And I hope I have to pay that bet out, but I don't think I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna be making 100 easy bucks. Because not only if DeSantis does run, we don't even know if he's gonna run yet, but if he does run, he's got to beat Trump. That's gonna be hard. Then he's got to beat whatever zombie puppet that the Democrats put up, but he's really not gonna beat them. He's got to beat let's just say twiddly fingers. He's got to beat some twiddly fingers going on with our elections. You know, he's probably going to lose Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, New York. He's going to lose California. He's going to lose Oregon and Washington. He's going to lose Colorado. He's going to lose. And it's going to make it tough. Texas. Ooh, Texas. You know, DeSantis got to win. He'll get Florida. He might get Texas. He might. But with the way our elections are going, I don't even know. What's good, Bama? What's good? Florida is where a majority of Colin's customers are at. Nice. Ron doesn't have much pull as Don right now. Facts. And we don't know if DeSantis is just as establishment as all these other guys. He hasn't been there long enough. He hasn't dealt with the big money manager. He hasn't dealt with the big handlers coming after him with the big money. He hasn't. I'm sure he's been approached by people with a lot of money in high level positions already. But it's going to get even bigger if he runs for president. And we don't know if he's going to be the establishment guy or if he's going to be like a Trump, like an independent right side. I won't say Republican, I won't say conservative, but on the right. You know, it'll be interesting to see. It's definitely going to be great content. Americans' comeback starts right now, Trump said, claiming the country is being destroyed before our eyes. The dark vision harkened back to Trump's inauguration speech of a country suffering, American carnage, and in need of him to fix it. Trump running sets up potential rematch against President Joe Biden, who will turn 80. He's 80? I didn't know he was 79. I thought Biden was 76. I thought he was about the same age as Trump on Sunday, and says he intends to run for re-election in 2024. Well, Joe, you're a little bit crazy, so we're not going to you're going to take that with a grain of salt. Let's keep moving through these articles. I got a lot of articles. It's funny. There's only really 3 stories this week, but all these articles are tied to the 3 stories. Number 1, what's good? Hey, Trump. Hey, Josh. Trump 2024. Facts. What's up, Butch? OG Posse's in the house. They all just rolled in. Robbie, we were just talking about you. We're talking about you because your voice was in the Trump clip that I just played. And then I was also talking about some unnamed people. And I'm only talking about this because you said that you were going to talk about it on Jamie's show. You didn't end up doing that because you got hung up on. But I just said some unnamed people might have a little bit of a bet that DeSantis may or may not become the president. I haven't said any names. But I'm just saying I think I made an easy $100, right? And I'm willing to pay. And I hope I have to pay if DeSantis wins. But Mike Lindell was full. What is this article? Trump's campaign announcement deepens Republican civil war. Here we go with the fear mongering, and here we go with this sowing of division, even amongst our own party. And I'm okay with division. I'm okay with division of good versus evil. Whenever I talk about, we don't need. I don't like the words like diversity and inclusion and all these Marxist buzzwords. And I also don't like unity. I don't like the word unity. Even though we are the United States of America, we should be united under as one culture in America, but we aren't. We aren't. So, when I say I'm pro division, I mean division between good and evil. I don't mean division between us infighting within our party, division amongst different sects of Christianity, which is what we'll talk about later with the Mormonism thing. Like when I had those Mormons at my house, I was like, you guys, we may have doctrinal differences, but we need to agree on the important things. And if we do, that's good. And we are brothers and we have to work together, even though we may have small disagreements. That's fine. But overall, if we are one nation under God, we have to be united under God through good. God is good. And we have to destroy evil. We got to stomp it out under our foot. We can't be soft. That's why I like Trump. That's why every time somebody tells me they don't like Trump because what he said was too mean. I didn't like what he said about this. He was racist about this. He was misogynist here. I didn't like the words he used. Shut up. Those are the best possible words anyone could have used, and he did it epically. He's a amazing orator, and I appreciate it. It's nice to see a man who's not scared to put out a mean tweet running the country. It's just nice. It's refreshing. It was refreshing. It really got me into politics because I was like, all these other guys, I don't care about George Bush and Ted Cruz. I don't even know the difference between a Democrat and a Republican. I know Obama gave me a free phone, but then he gave me transgender bathrooms. I'm not a fan of that, Obama. But then I quickly got into politics when Trump got put in because I was like, oh, this is how this is supposed to be done. Oh, this is how you run America like a business without fear and without pandering. This is how you do it. Oh, everybody hates you when you do that. Oh, like Jesus. I love it. Trump for the win. Robbie Downtown Brown. Robbie's a shoe-in for the Seth Rogen voiceover. I was more pissed about his awful red flags red flag laws. You talking about Trump? Red flag laws? Did Trump do red flag laws? You're talking about Obama did red flag laws. I can't remember. Red flag laws have to do with guns, right? Buying guns. You have to. Ty Rizzle, my nizzle. Colin Raymond, what's up, guys? Everybody, hit the like button on your way in. I haven't checked the. We got 12 likes and 13. We got 16 viewers and 12 likes. Somebody's forgetting something. That's all I'm saying. All right. Mike Lindell was full of passion and intensity, wandering the white and gold ballroom of Mar-a-Lago State in Florida. The mustachioed pillow maker, mustachioed? Does that mean had a mustache? Predicted that Donald Trump's candidacy for White House would clear the Republican field. After he announced today, I think Florida Governor Ron DeSantis will end up just endorsing him. Lindell, a rabid Trump Lindell, a rabid Trump cheerleader and conspiracy theory. Oh my God, I hate when they put that in there. Told The Guardian early on Tuesday, a conspiracy theorist, meaning he asked questions. He asked questions about things. Told The Guardian early on Tuesday evening, I can't imagine anybody wasting time, effort, and money of the people. We need to unite our country, and there's only one man who can do that, and he'll be up on that stage, period. Now, see, that sounds nice. I understand what he's saying. We are the United States of America. We need to be united under one culture, one religion, one way of thinking, and that's never going to happen in a two-party system, which is why we need a king, who's a Christian king, who's just going to, keep everybody in line. But as long as we have voting and two sides, it's never going to work. We're always going to be divided. They intentionally divide us. But anyway, I see what he's saying, but we're never, oil and water don't mix. Oil and water don't mix. People who think it's okay to murder babies are never going. I can't, like, we can get along. I can go to your house and have dinner. I could go have Thanksgiving dinner at your house and just chill. But you're going to throw me out if we start talking about anything deeper than, oh, this turkey's good. Oh, the weather's nice. Oh, what'd you do at work yesterday? If we start talking about anything deeper than that, you're throwing me out of your house. Because I already know we don't fundamentally agree on anything because you believe in your daddy is Satan. My daddy is God. We're just different. We don't mix, So that is the inherent difference between the Democrats and the right, the Republicans, One side is of God and one side is of Satan. It's very simple. One day on a game stream, I keep forgetting to do it, but one of these days on a game stream, we're going to watch the whole John Heckoff commie, John Doyle. He did why democracy is inherently satanic and why the right or republicanism is inherently of God. And each one is like an hour and a half video. So we can do 3 hours just watching that. And it'll be a 6-hour stream because I'll break it down and try to make it simpler than how he makes, because he's a genius. But if you guys haven't watched that, you should. We'll do it one day. We'll do a reaction to it. Anyway, it did not work out that way. In fact, Trump's lethargic primetime speech, see, here we go with the low energy. Lethargic primetime speech beneath crystal chandeliers and stars and stripes had the opposite effect, conveying the impression to many of a yesterday's man who has lost his swagger. He's getting old. He's getting old. He was very stern. I don't agree with that. More vulnerable than ever to DeSantis and other would-be challengers in 2024. Far from a coronation, it also deepened what Democrats gleefully claimed an all-out civil war engulfing the Republican Party in the wake of midterm elections, where despite economic discontent and historical headwinds, forecasts of a red wave were scaled down to a pink splash. Republicans are now soul-searching over how they lost a very winnable Senate, embracing for 2 tumultuous years in the House of Representatives, where their wafer-thin majority is likely to inflame divisions and empower the far right. Nice. Let's go. This is all from The Guardian. Left wing, The Guardian. Let's move on to Snopes, also left wing, Silicon Valley fact checker site. Why Facebook won't be fact checking Trump now that he's announced candidacy. Now, this is what I was talking about. Now, I haven't read this article yet, but I assume from the title what it's about to say is they're gonna let him dig his own grave. They're just gonna let him post. Even though I don't know how active Trump is on Facebook, I believe he probably has a deal where he only posts on True Social now. Because we're going to get to that in a second. This is all Trump-related stuff. we're going to get to that in a second. Elon unbanned Trump. I don't think Trump's going back to Twitter. He said months and months and months and months ago, even if Twitter unbanned him, he's not going back to Twitter because he's doing True Social. And I think he has a contract, so he's contractually obligated to only post on True Social. So he's trying to bolster True Social like that. So he's not going back to Twitter, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. But Snopes is already saying that Facebook won't be fact-checking Trump. Now, that's interesting. Facebook won't be fact-checking Trump. What do you mean? If he posts on Twitter? If he posts on True Social? How's Facebook? Does he even post on Facebook? I don't even know if he does. But I think that's a Freudian slip there because the same fact-checkers that work for Facebook, i.e. Snopes, i.e. AP, Reuters, factcheck.com, what else? There's other ones. All those fact-checking sites are ran by the same people. It's not even called Facebook anymore. It's called Meta. But anyway, ahead of former U.S. presidency Donald Trump's November 15, 2022 announced he would run for re-election, a memo reiterated that his speeches would be exempt from a third-party fact-check efforts on Facebook. The memo, which was obtained and reported by CNN, stated that if Trump were to announce a re-election bid, he would no longer be fact-checked on Facebook's platform by its third-party fact-checkers. Meta is Facebook's parent company. The memo stated that political speech is ineligible for fact-checking. This includes the words a politician says, as well as a photo, video, or other content that's clearly labeled as created by the politician or their campaign. Now, since when? All I got to say is since when? Because they definitely fact-check him hard when he was president. So what do they – I don't get this. When he was president, they definitely fact-checked him. I don't know. I think this is deceptive. I think it's it's like a red herring. I don't know if I'm using that term properly, but I think they're just saying this to maybe make him comfortable or something. They want to let him dig his own grave. I'm out on bail. Meta beta mess. Wait, Facebook got renamed. I'm so happy it's gone then. It's still called Facebook. Everybody calls it Facebook. They're trying to it's called Meta now. They're trying to revamp it and make you put on the goggles and go into the metaverse. But it's not happening. I bought Facebook stocks as soon as they turned to Meta because I thought the metaverse was going to blow up. It hasn't yet. It may. It may, though. We're holding out hope. We're trying to get some of that Satan money. We're trying to take some of Satan's money. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with taking Satan's money and doing something good with it. You know? Ain't nothing wrong with taking that money from them. We got to get the money out of their hands and our hands. So if I'm a partial owner of Meta and they end up making a lot of money, I could just take that money and go do something not Meta-like with it. All right, I need to turn the volume down on the phone. The Meta, okay, that's enough of that. Let's keep going. I got a lot of articles to get through. We're already 40 minutes in. Dang. So Elon Musk reinstated Trump. Like I was just saying, I don't think Trump is going back. He also unbanned a lot of people. He unbanned Jordan Peterson. He unbanned Kanye West. He did not unban Alex Jones. He went up on stage and quoted a Bible verse, and he says, anybody who makes money off of the death of children, blah, 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 blah. And basically he said he's not reinstating Alex Jones because of that. I don't agree with that decision because I don't think Alex Jones made money off of dead children. I think Alex Jones spitballed a thought about a shooting, and the only people who made money off of dead children were the parents. They shut down Remington. They're millionaires now. These parents made money off of their own dead children. So I don't know what you're talking about there, Elon, but whatever, bruh. Why DeSantis is shrugging off Trump for now. This just goes into how basically when asked, he has not yet said he didn't say he's not going to run. But he was asked, and he didn't say he was going to run. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis facing a conundrum as he weighs the potential bid for the White House, how to deal with former President Trump. The recently elected Florida governor and rising conservative star has long maintained a friendly alliance with Trump, who helped DeSantis across the finish line during his long shot 2018 primary campaign. From a long shot to a shoo-in, 20-point victory What's up, Stephen Will? Long time no see. What's up? I need to check out your videos more often, man. I've been slacking. Glad to be here with all the cool fellas. Hey, thanks for coming by, dude. I haven't seen you in a while. Tommy T-Bone Davis said, sis, what's up? What's up, LJ Fox? Who else? What's up, Gibson? Anybody else jump in here? Jacob in the quarters? What's that mean? Bacon over veganism, facts. There's Stephen Will. Anybody else jump in yet? Make sure you guys hit that like button. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. Yeah, so DeSantis, earlier this month, hedge fund CEO Ken Griffin, a GOP mega donor, told Politico that he's prepared to back DeSantis should the Florida governor mount a bid for the Republican presidential nomination. Another top Republican donor, Steven Schwartzman, that sounds Jewy. That sounds like some jewelry, said that he would support someone other than Trump in the primary. Recent polling from the Conservative Club for Growth showed DeSantis leading Trump by double-digit margins in head-to-head matches in Iowa and New Hampshire, the first two states to vote in presidential nominating contests. Another poll from the group out of Florida, where voters know DeSantis best, found the governor with a 26-point advantage over Trump. One Florida Republican operative said Trump's best hope of dinging DeSantis is between now and the governor's potential campaign announcement. Yeah, and that's why Trump's been taking little digs at him. And he said he has dirt on him. People like Republicans are like, oh, don't say the dirt, Trump. Dude, he already won by 20 points in Florida. And Florida needs him. If we lose Florida, kiss the country goodbye. So everybody's saying, Trump, DeSantis needs to become president. If DeSantis becomes president and we lose Florida, kiss the country goodbye. Your last bastion of an example of how to run a state properly in a constitutional republic will be gone, because it's not Texas. It's not Texas. Georgia's close, but it's Florida. That's our example. That's our model, and that's because DeSantis is doing an amazing job as governor. Let him stay governor for longer. Let him learn. Let him, get a little more seeped in that. So that he's, because he's going the political route. If he wants to go the political route, then he needs the experience. Now, if he was just a billionaire who came out of nowhere, like Trump, and did a good job, then it would be different. But for now, he's going the political route. He needs to take care of Florida. He needs to finish out his term as governor, take care of Florida, find an adequate replacement, because Trump's only going to get 4 years. DeSantis is still young. DeSantis can run in 2028. And then we get a 12-year chunk of amazing leadership. That's what America needs right now. America does not need Trump and DeSantis fighting. DeSantis takes over, drops Florida. Florida gets taken over by some Democrat. And then DeSantis, we find out he's weak. He's gone in 4 years. And what? Like, that's worst case scenario. I'm not saying that's what will happen if DeSantis gets elected, but that could happen. So how about instead we let DeSantis manage Florida like he's been doing a great job of, being an example, being a role model, and for all the other governors across the country. Let Trump get his second term, finally. Let him do what he did in his first term again. Have to redo all over again, and then let DeSantis find an adequate replacement and come run the country in 2028. That's the best plan. Sell off blue states and reform to red. Cool, thanks, JS Urban. Tommy Uptown Davis, North Carolina has been red for a good while. I think in the 70s it may have been blue. I'm not sure how long that lasted, though. I know when I was young, I still have family in Asheville, North Carolina, Stephen Will. And when I was young, Asheville and Burnsville were very conservative country towns. Now Asheville is a mess. I don't know about the rest of North Carolina, but Asheville is a woke mess. Ric Flair 2024. Woo! All right, so DeSantis could be running. Nancy Pelosi is out. She is no longer the Speaker of the House. We've elected Kevin. Is it Kevin McCarthy? It's McCarthy. Is it Kevin? We've elected Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House. Trump doesn't look like it's happening. It could still happen because Nancy stepped down. This says how Nancy stepped down on her own terms. Whatever, Nancy. You gone. The TDS is coming out of the woodwork. Let's watch this clip. We got some serious TDS already.
I'm grateful
Already.
and highly aware of all that you've given this family. I still don't miss you.
There's a young girl at
When
her
you died, I
dad's
felt like there was a
funeral.
hole. I missed something, but it wasn't you. It was the idea of what you could become. I missed being able to hope and wish that one day you'd turn a corner and see the world from my perspective. I missed the idea that one day you might help me fight for the things that matter. I missed my fantasy of you. Because when you died, it solidified the fact that you'll never be what you could have been, but only what you are.
Preface, this is TDS in full effect. This is a young African-American girl with a pink afro. Speaking, I don't know if they're at the funeral or what they're at, but she's talking about her father who just died. He did. And this is the eulogy she's giving on her father. This is disgusting. This is wicked. This is evil. And this is your prime example of how to be a Democrat.
And what you are is a racist, misogynistic, xenophobic, Trump-loving, cis-straight white
Trump-loving,
man.
cisgender white male.
And Dad, before you tell me to respect the dead, please remember that you disrespected and disregarded the lives and deaths of entire communities of people with your ideology. You told me to never back down, so I won't. You know for a fact that even against you, I'm not afraid to share my peace. You are everything I aspire not to be, and I refuse to stand up here and sing the praises of a man who was the paradigm of white supremacy.
The paradigm of white supremacy.
I'll take your money and I'll take your advice.
She's black. Her dad she must be in Manila or Milano. She has to be half and half because if her dad is the paradigm of, unless he's he's probably a stepdaddy actually. You know what? Because she black. And she said her dad is the paradigm of white supremacy, Trump supporter. Probably the stepdad. What do you guys think? I don't think the real dad was around. Because, typical. All right. So Nancy Pelosi's out. No more hammer. I can't read this article, but I know it's about Kevin McCarthy wins GOP nomination for House Speaker. So he's got the nomination. We can't read that article because they're trying to make me pay for it. And, I like things cheap and free. Free and cheap. She's haunted for life. Oh, she's wicked. Wow, I went down a rabbit hole. What's up, Seesaw runner up? Seesaw. Hola, buenos dias. He did. Yep. Kevin McCarthy speaker math. 4 GOP members have signaled their opposition and might put him on the cusp of defeat given the party's narrow majority. But there's a lot still to play out. Republicans have won the House majority, but if you're Kevin McCarthy, you're still paying close attention to how final few races break. That's because, they're not over yet. The election's not even over yet, guys. That's because 218 votes isn't the magic number for McCarthy like it is for his party. Multiple House Republicans are signaling they won't support him for Speaker, and right now they could plausibly number enough to prevent his ascension. Just like in 2015. Here's where things stand. So far, 4 House Republicans have said or suggested they're not supporting McCarthy, and the likeliest 2022 election outcome is that House Republicans will end up with 221 or 222 votes in the chamber, giving McCarthy around 3 or 4 vote cushion in the Speaker vote. You need a majority to be elected Speaker. Where things go from here largely depends on not only on these Republicans' commitment to opposing McCarthy, which is a valid question, given the pervasive posturing in politics, but also how they would register that discontent. It's all very complicated, and it's worth running through the ins and outs. Let's start with the 4 who have signaled they oppose him, while some have indicated the opposition is firm. Others are less clear. Andy Briggs from Arizona, Republican. These are all Republicans. Andy Briggs, Matt Gaetz, Matthew Rosendale, and Bob Good. I only know Matt Gaetz from those. But a closer look at those last 2 shows a wiggle room here. Rosendale doesn't explicitly say I won't vote for McCarthy and seems to leave open the possibility that McCarthy could earn his vote by embracing certain changes. I mean, most likely McCarthy is in. I've heard he's Republican. I don't know a lot about him. When we get closer to that election, I'll look more into Kevin McCarthy and look more into that stuff. But, just a little report on that. Kinzinger says he doesn't think McCarthy will last very long if he becomes the House Speaker. GOP Rep Adam Kinzinger of Illinois lambasted House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy on Sunday, saying he does not think the California Republican will last long if he's elected House Speaker next year. I think he has cut so many deals with bad people to get to his position. I think he's not going to be a leader at all. I think he'll be completely hostage to kind of the extreme wings of the Republican Party. Kinzinger, who is retiring from Congress, told CNN's Jake Tapper on State of the Union. I frankly don't think he's going to last very long. So, already there's a lot of negative thoughts on that. House Republicans vow to investigate Biden and his family's dealings. So now we're going to get into our scandal section. Basically the laptop from hell. Remember the laptop that we got banned on Facebook for talking about? Remember that? I got banned for posting about that laptop. Well, remember the 4chan leaks? Turns out they were real. Who would have thunk it? Only a conspiracy theorist, right? We're all conspiracy theorists because we knew about this laptop, even though Facebook, Zuckerberg perjured himself in court on trial and said, oh, we didn't do anything. We didn't ban any posts about this laptop. And then later went on Joe Rogan and said, oh, yeah, the FBI told us we had to get rid of posts about the laptop. Well, we're tired of it, and we're finally, Republicans have known this for a while. I think they've been holding out for timing purposes. They're about to drop the bomb. Thank God, but I'd rather have Jim Jordan, Speaker of House. Jim Jordan be great. Matt Gaetz be a good Speaker of the House. Jim Jordan be a legendary Speaker of the House. I think that would be epic. It's a sorry state of affairs. I think it has something to do with baby boomers kind of dying off and their sons and daughters with their rebellious nature become liberal, I suppose. Yeah, I think baby boomers were soft. Honestly, I think baby boomers had a lot to do with letting this stuff happen because they didn't put their foot down early. And it just goes far. The Overton window keeps shifting farther and farther left. No offense to the tough baby boomers that we may have in here. But, baby boomers, as we saw the free love movement, the hippie generation, free love, Woodstock, everybody's tripping on acid, sexual liberation, communism started seeping into America, flower power. That was the beginning for the downfall of America. With Trump and Biden, the media exaggerates much. F the media. Yeah, that's why we read lots of articles from lots of places, from different views, different sides, opposing ideas from both sides, and then we use discernment and wisdom, hopefully, that I might have a little bit of, but discernment to find the truth or to speculate on what the truth may be. We got to be careful with that, though, because that's how you apparently get rich off of dead children, according to Elon Musk about Alex Jones. Stupid comment, Elon. Anyway, House Republicans vow to investigate Biden and his family's business dealings. So that's from CNN Politics. They're looking into it after clinching the majority. House Representatives in the midterm election. Top Republicans on Thursday outlined a broad range of investigation targets focused on President Joe Biden and his family business dealings. Now, I did hear one of the representatives say this. Somebody said this is about Hunter Biden. But yeah, then they said, no, this is about Joe Biden. This is not about Hunter Biden. This is about Joe Biden. So they're looking into the laptop. We will let you know when more comes out about that into the investigation, but they have been talking about it finally. I choose the guy with the looking glass. It would have been cool if Ross Perot back in the day, it would have been Trump without the ego. Perhaps not that I'm against Trump. I do like Trump. He does have some ego. I got a big ego. That's only part of their generation. Not all of them did that. Well, yeah. Well, not everybody is cutting their genitals off now, but it's happening. Like that small faction should have been stomped out, and now it's much larger. Not everybody's a member of Antifa, but we do have armed Antifa guards protecting Drag Queen Story Hour in Texas. So the excuse that it's just a few people and not a lot, we can't let that slide. Because before long, the few become the many, and they call good evil and evil good, and they spread like a plague because it's appealing. It's appealing to escape God's punishment. It's appealing to think that you're God, and you can do whatever you want. It's appealing to not have somebody that you're accountable to. Rick Ross, the Wingstop owner? Are you talking about Rick Ross, the chicken farmer? Are you talking about Rick Ross, the coke dealer? Are you talking about Rick Ross, the rapper? Gross. All right, what else? Republicans identify 42 Biden administration officials they want to testify. This is regarding the laptop. Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives on Friday identified 42 employees from Democratic President Joe Biden's White House and administration who they expect to testify next year after their party takes control of the chamber. In November 18th, letters to the White House chief, and this from Reuters, of staff Ron Klain and their other top officials, 19 Republican members of the House Judiciary Committee said that they need testimony on issues including border security, school board threats, and claims of bias within the FBI and Justice Department. So they're bringing them up to testify. We got that House power. We're gonna bring them up. They're gonna testify. That's what's up. All right, let's move on to this FTX scandal. Not gonna spend a lot of time on this because I don't know a lot about it, guys. I'm not a fan of crypto. I think it's all a scam. So I didn't do a lot of research on this. So we have basic articles here. We got USA Today. Let's find out. What is the FTX scandal? How the celebrity-endorsed crypto giant collapsed into chaos. Just months ago, FTX appeared to be a major success story in the cryptocurrency world. Not familiar with the name or industry? Then let's start at the beginning. What does FTX stand for? Futures Exchange. Futures Exchange. That's a bad abbreviation, by the way. Well, I guess that's their stock abbreviation. All white Air Force Ones with the gum bottom. I don't care. All white Air Force with the gum bottom. I see him strapped and laced to come up at him. The last person to talk to my damn shot him. Now, if you look and see lime green forces and kiwi, you couldn't get these colors. You had a personal genie. You know I keeps a hip hop mix, flip flop, something like that. Is that what you're talking about, Red? Psh, psh. Yeah, you don't want to see my custom Air Force Ones. I got custom Air Force Ones in the closet. Up in the closet. Yep. What is cryptocurrency? I already know what that is. It's a made up it's a made up thing that they're going to use to get rid of the dollar. There's only going to be one that will succeed. Not all these other ones are going to get shut down. Biden's already signed an executive order. We reported on this months ago. Biden has already signed an executive order to examine the dangers of cryptocurrency. Now, why would he do this? Because they're going to shut them all down. And that's why when Biden became president, all the cryptos crashed because he signed executive orders. They're trying to get rid of them. And this is all part of a plan to leave you holding the bag. To leave you holding a bag, to get all these young men, specifically young men in the manosphere. Cryptocurrency is big. Oh, we're about to go down a rabbit hole, boys. I just went down this one. So here's what they're doing. Here's what they're doing with cryptocurrency. You know, in the manosphere and the cryptosphere, it's huge. The alpha male sphere. And I say it like this because, you know, they are alphas. So basically what they did is they convinced all these young men, you can get rich quick. You know how you get rich quick? You just invest into this Bitcoin. You just invest into this Dogecoin. You just invest into this one. And they divided them up, and a lot of people got rich quick. A lot of people, if you got in early and you were smart and you sold it when it was up, you made some money. But everyone else, those are the small percentage. Maybe 1% of the cryptocurrency people got rich off of it. Maybe 10%. Let's say 10%. Let's say 10% of these young men, specifically, 15% of the population owns cryptocurrency. Let's say all these young men who bought into this stuff, let's say 10% of them got rich. What about the other 90%? Well, those are me. They bought in a little too late because they were told Bitcoin was going up to 120K and it was at 30K. Well, I bought in. And you know what happened? It dropped down to 10K. It dropped down to 15K. And it's been stuck there ever since Biden became president. I think this was all a giant scheme to empty our pockets. They have to destroy the dollar, right? So when we see problems with, when this is Agenda 2021 or Agenda 2030, basically one world government, one world religion, one world just one world. Everything will be one world currency. Digital, one world digital currency. So how do we do this? Well, first, all the higher valued economies, we have to crash them. So the UK, America, even China, We have to crash all their economies. We have to kind of bolster up these other economies of these third world countries. We have to kind of get their currency up. So they're doing that. They're doing that all around. Let's give Ukraine a bunch of money while Russia collapses, even though one is arguably much more important than the other. One of them really doesn't matter. It's almost Thanksgiving. It is almost Thanksgiving, and we're going to watch Rush Limbaugh's thing. But anyway, so where am I going? Okay, so they're collapsing the dollar, right? They get all these young men to buy into cryptocurrency, and then they crash the cryptocurrency, all of them. Now, one of them will survive. Maybe it's Ethereum, maybe it's Bitcoin. I don't know, but the government is going to acquire one of them, and the global government, and they're going to turn this one into the one world, thing. And it's not going to be a publicly traded company, because you can't publicly trade in the dollar. Maybe it will be. I don't know a lot about that stuff, but basically the government's going to control it, and there will be only one. There will be only one. It's not going to be buy into all these little ones that you want to buy. They don't want you to have that kind of autonomy. So they made all these people poor. They left you holding the bag. They left you holding the bag. If I sell my crypto right now, I lost like $1,500. I don't like using. Well, I shouldn't have said that. I don't like putting dollar amounts on anything, but I'll be out like $1,500 if I were to sell my Bitcoin right now. And so and I'm not a rich person. I thought it was a sure bet. It was at least better than leaving my money sitting in a bank account where it's just going to deteriorate, which is what I did with another portion of the money that I have. It just sits in a savings account, and the dollar gets collapsed. So that money's getting eaten away at. The money that I thought was a safe bet, put it into Bitcoin. At best, it goes up. It doubles in value. I double up. That'd be great. At worst, it kind of slowly falls off. No, that's not what happened. No, it went from 66,000 to 15,000 like that instantly. So, yeah. So it's a mess. So I think I think all of cryptocurrency is a scam to make people poor. To help crash the dollar. And one of them will survive. It's not going to be the one that you got stock in. Guess what? It's not going to be the crypto that you got in your crypto coin bank, whatever your coin bank or whatever you got in there. That's not going to be the one the globalists use. So just know you're wasting your money. You're going to be left holding a bag, and you're going to get screwed. High risk investments, the way to go. Yeah, that was a high risk investment. Everybody knew crypto was a high risk investment, though. And like I said, the ones who got rich off it got rich, but it is a risk, and 90% of people aren't gonna get that payout. And this is all by design. They want to crash our economy, and they're doing it very, very efficiently. So. All right, let's go to the article. Let's read about this. What is cryptocurrency? I already know what cryptocurrency. What sparked the scandal? Initially, the market believed the FTX implosion was a result of old-fashioned bank run on the exchange's reserves. In a largely unregulated corner of the financial sector, much of the world is still learning how owning, trading, and tracking cryptocurrencies will actually work for buyers, sellers, and regulators. It won't. However, as time has gone on and more facts have emerged, the story around the company has gotten much more complicated and potentially criminal. How did FTX unravel? Here's a rough timeline of what led to the bankruptcy. On November 2nd, CoinDesk published a report that revealed Alameda Research, a sister company to FTX, had a balance sheet full of FIT, the cryptocurrency issued by FTX. Champagne Zhao, the founder of, this is 4 days later, of Binance, said the cryptocurrency exchange will be offloaded all of its remaining FTX tokens due to recent revelations that have come to light. FTX prices dropped as investors began to withdraw. November 8th, Binance agrees to acquire FTX. November 9th, Binance pulls out of its agreement to take over FTX. November 11th, FTX files for bankruptcy. CEO and founder Sam Bankman-Fried, age 30, resigns. November 11th, reports emerged that FTX transferred $10 billion to Alameda, its sister company, sparking concerns about what source of access top leaders had to the company's finances. November 13th, news organizations began reporting that much of the money transferred out of FTX in its final hour has disappeared. November 14th, multiple regulators reportedly began looking into criminal liabilities surrounding the company. How big was the company? It was one of the largest crypto exchanges and valued at estimated $32 billion in January. You could find its name attached to an NBA stadium or in commercials with celebrities like Tom Brady and Larry David. That's all gone. After filing for bankruptcy last week, the crypto exchange has lost value, its CEO, and much of its credibility. Experts say FTX's implosion could have ripple effects on the cryptocurrency industry at large. If corporations are behaving like exchanges and banks, they should be regulated as exchanges and banks, regardless of the fact that whether they're dealing with dollars or Bitcoin, said Omid Malikan, an adjunct professor at Columbia Business School and crypto industry veteran and author, explaining the bankruptcy filing. This is long. How did this affect other cryptocurrencies? Faith in cryptocurrencies is shaken after FTX's bankruptcy filing. I never had faith in cryptocurrency. I only have faith in God. Popular currencies, Bitcoin has fallen about 65% so far this year, while Ether is down. So that's Ethereum. I think I thought they were going to be the ones to take over, because Visa, I remember Visa bought into Ethereum. So I thought that was the one. Bitcoin fell 65%. Ether is down 68%. Believes FTX's bankruptcy won't have that bad of an impact. Now, I also have an article that says people are saying because of this FTX scandal, Bitcoin is about to jump up to 100K. Now, it was predicted by this January when I had bought in when it was at like 30, and then I bought in again when it was at like 60, because I read some things that said by January it would be at 120K. So I screwed up. I screwed up there, but that was not what happened. It could still happen, maybe. They're saying because of this XTX thing, it could jump up to 100K, which would be amazing. I'm selling all of it. If it jumps up to 60, I'm selling it. Nice, Dean. Invest in gold, silver, and lead. I do got some gold. I got some Trump gold. Did I ever show you guys my Trump gold? Since it's Trump night. I want to bury this somewhere. This is my Trump gold. Damn, it's 7:07. Hold up. We got to quicken this up a bit. We're taking too much time. This monologue is too long. Guys, look at this. Is my Trump gold. It's in a pencil box. It's in a pencil box. But I want to bury this. I want to put it in a capsule, and I want to bury it somewhere. And then it'd be like my pirate booty. It'd be my pirate booty. Check this out. This is my Trump gold, guys. We got coins. We got Trump coins. This one's not gold. It's just a cool Trump coin. This is from my dad, who passed away. I took all his Trump gold. Coins. See these Trump coins? This is my first one that I got. This is the lucky one right here. It stays over right here on the desk by me. But I got Trump booty, guys. Look at this Trump booty. Look at this booty. That's some booty. Look at this one. Boom. Look at that coin. That's a Trump coin right there. Hey, check this out. Got a little Trump flag. Does this say 2024 on it? Oh, no. Keep America great. It's like a Trump bandana. But this is my Trump booty. Check this out. That's a $100 bill. That's a Trump 100 right there. That's a cool $100 bill. That's a shiny Trump 100. Look at this one. Time capsules are cool in concept. I know. I would love to make this a time capsule, because I ain't going to do nothing with it. It just sits in my drawer. This is my treasure. I want to bury it somewhere. And then we got playing cards. Actually, I would probably take these out, because I would love to have a game of. I might get a poker table for Christmas, because I have a poker set. I want one of them green fold out. They're only like $60-$70 on Amazon. Poker tables with the cup holders and the little slots for the chips. And I'm going to have poker night. I don't have any friends, though. Maybe I'll make some friends, have poker night. But look at these Trump cards, guys. Yo, I don't even want to open these. I've already opened them, though. But check this out. These Trump cards are epic. Boom. They're like silver cards, playing cards. They're holographic. Dang, bro, what God say about false idols? It's not my. It was my dad's stuff. He would get them and then give them out to his customers. He was a salesman, so he had a whole bunch. I just keep it because it was his. Plus, it's gold, bud. These are all gold. They're not solid gold, but I think each one of these is like $10 worth of gold. So, um, yeah, it's not an idol. I don't worship this box. What you talking about, Raven? All right, let me put my Trump treasure back. My booty. Let me put my pirate booty away. Let me put the pirate booty away. Okay. So FTX, the FTX crypto scandal, explainer dictionary. We already read pretty much the basics of what's going on. What to expect from crypto regulation in the wake of and here we go with the regulation at our TC Sessions crypto event last week in Miami. This is from TechCrunch. I sat down with Bitwise Asset Management General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer Catherine Dowling, Perkins Cole partner Sarah Stileman, and Paradigm Policy Director Justin Slaughter to talk about the crypto regulation landscape with a specific focus on the U.S. What we didn't know heading into the panel was just how much would change about the industry owing to the fallout from FTX's collapse the week prior. What's chat saying? So you guys know more about this crypto stuff than I do. That's good in the future. Baron Trump, the last president, right, man. Pokemon cards are worth more. Hey, I got Pokemon cards that are worth more too. You're right. I got Dragon Ball cards that are worth $300 for one card. I probably got a couple grand and some Dragon Ball cards, Maybe check out a band called Tough Alliance. After Elon Musk bought Twitter, mine was supposed to go up. So far, it hasn't budged. Your Twitter stock, High Point stock going up. Is it? I'd like to collect certain tools that'll be worth more in the future. Collectibles go up in times during the pandemic. Pokemon cards, Dragon Ball cards, collectibles skyrocketed. A Dragon Ball card pre-COVID that was worth $1,000 jumped up to $2,500 during COVID. The Charizard card. Now this had a lot to do with Logan Paul making videos about it, but the first edition Charizard from Pokemon pre-COVID was like $50K. Once COVID started, it jumped up to like $400K. $400,000 for a Pokemon card. Graded 10, black label, PSA, first edition, shadowless holographic Charizard. It was like $400K. It's actually Pawn Star's biggest failure. They could have bought an entire collection of Charizards and they passed on it. And then COVID happened. Collectibles skyrocketed, like more than quadruple the value. It was the biggest loss that the Pawn Stars show with the Mikey or what's his name, with all them guys from Vegas. Anyway, they failed on that one. But key House lawmaker calls collapse of crypto exchange FTX a dumpster fire as Financial Services Committee investigates. House lawmakers called on U.S. bank. This is from CNBC. U.S. bank regulators Wednesday to step up oversight of the cryptocurrency. U.S. bank regulators Wednesday to step up oversight of the cryptocurrency industry as they investigate the collapse of FTX. See, this is a problem for all of cryptocurrency, and Biden's already signed orders on this, and they totally hit it. Nobody talks about this, but he signed an executive order, and then cryptocurrency all plummeted. Committee Chair Maxine Waters is going to be presiding. Democrat of California ranking Republican Patrick McHenry announced a bipartisan hearing on the FTX collapse earlier this Wednesday. So the Wicked Witch of the West, Maxine Waters, will be presiding over the case into FTX. Bankman-Fried has since stepped down as CEO of the company he founded, the failure of which is causing a cascading chain of events throughout the industry. And I heard people saying that he's gonna be snitching. He's gonna be dropping a lot of names, so it'll be interesting to see. The expert who oversaw Enron bankruptcy says he's never seen such a complete failure as FTX. Gotcha, Robbie Brown. JS, you're dead on with certain collectibles. I should listen to more music. Go with old school. Not a fan of the new. But from Breitbart, expert who oversaw Enron bankruptcy says he's never seen such a complete failure as FTX. John Ray, the newly appointed CEO of FTX, who previously oversaw the restructuring of the infamous energy company Enron, says he has never before seen such a complete failure of corporate controls as he has with FTX. I don't want to read all that. We got to move on to the last segment here. House committee announces hearing into FTX collapse featuring Bankman-Fried. That's the one I just read about. Let's listen to this. This is Maxine Waters talking.
Do you think some lawmakers that got donations from FTX's founder should give that money back?
Well, I don't want to get into that. As a matter of fact, both sides, Democrats and Republicans, have received donations. So, thank you.
Good job dodging the question.
Do you think some lawmakers that got donations from FTX's founder should give that money back?
So listen to the question. Let's listen again to the question. The reporter, great question here, not a leading question. The reporter does not ask about Democrats or Republicans. The reporter simply asks, do you think leading lawmakers will, who are affected, blah, 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 blah. The way Maxine Waters, the Wicked Witch of the West, decides to answer the question is both sides, blah, 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 not just Democrats. Like, she's projecting so hard that she thinks this reporter is attacking her over being a Democrat. No, this reporter asked a fair question, a good question. What was that just now? What just popped up? Field crypto will take full effect when chip implants are full and going. Yeah, but it won't be called cryptocurrency. It'll just be called currency, and the government will own it. Garbage pail kids are worth a lot. Yep, Tommy has some garbage pail kids. That's what's up, Steven. All right, let's listen one more time to this. So listen to the question.
Do you think some lawmakers that got donations from FTX's founder should give that money back?
Well, I don't want to get into that. As a matter of fact.
Do you think some lawmakers that got donations from FTX's founder should give that money back?
Do you think lawmakers who got donations from FTX should give that money back? That's the question.
Well, I don't want to get into that. As a matter of fact, both sides, Democrats and Republicans, have received donations. So,
it's not what she asked. That's not what, that doesn't answer the question at all. Do you think lawmakers should have to give back the donations they received? Both sides received donations, Democrats and Republicans. Have a nice day. What did they train politicians how to not answer questions? I think they train them. Or it's just retardation. I don't know. All right, let's move on. Now let's move on to the last segment. We're gonna tie some of these things together. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this stuff, guys. This negativity is Thanksgiving. I want to get to this Rush Limbaugh piece and take a quick break and go pee. So they did it too, but these movies are pretty cool considering. I don't want to get into that. Never got into anime. I saw Fist. I don't like anime. I only like Dragon Ball. I used to think I liked anime, and then I watched some anime with one of my exes who might be in the chat. I was like, oh, I don't like anime. It's really weird. It's really weird. Why are there a bunch of school children with giant breasts plopping out of their shirts? Isn't this like a cartoon? Isn't this a child show? Why is there tentacle porn? No, I don't like anime. I love Dragon Ball. I'm a Dragon Ball junkie. I love Dragon Ball. Because it's the constant battle between good and evil and constantly strengthening yourself and training and improving yourself to beat the next challenge. As soon as you beat the challenge, guess what? There's another challenge, and it's bigger, and it's harder, and it's more difficult, and you got to get stronger. And then as soon as you get strong enough to beat it, after you get knocked down over and over and over and over again, you finally get strong enough to take over that challenge. You know what happens? There's another challenge, and it's bigger, and it's stronger. That is the story of Dragon Ball. All right, so let's move on to this story. Um, there was a shooting in Colorado at a gay club, and they are comparing it to the Pulse nightclub. Gunman kills 5 at gay club is subdued by patrons. A 22-year-old gunman opened fire with a semi-automatic rifle inside a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs, killing 5 people, leaving 25 injured before he was subdued by heroic patrons and arrested by police. This is serious gun violence, guys. Gun violence. It's a hate crime. It's gun violence. They're killing gay people. It's horrible. Well, yes, I agree. It is horrible. I agree. It is horrible. Is it a hate crime? Only if all crimes are hate crimes. The fact that, you know, maybe they did hate gay people, but is there a difference between hating somebody because they're gay and killing them, or hating someone because you hate people and you kill somebody? You know, in here we're gonna get that it's a Trump supporting MAGA Republican. Just wait, it's gonna come. Um, Killing 5 people. Heroic patrons stopped him. The suspect in the Saturday night shooting at club used an AR-15 style semi-automatic weapon. So of course he had an AR-15. It's probably MK Ultra. A handgun and additional ammunition magazines also were recovered, according to the official, who could not discuss details of the investigation publicly and spoke to the Associated Press on condition of anonymity. The attack ended with a patron grabbed a handgun from the suspect and hit him with it. Interesting. Colorado Springs Mayor John Suthers told the Associated Press the person who hit the gunman had him pinned down. Now, this is some stuff. I don't know if you guys know about Colorado, but they got like bunkers in the mountains. And we're not going to get too deep into that because it's risky. I'd have to talk about it in its own segment and not tie it into this. But they do be MK Ultra and people in the mountains in Colorado. I'm just saying, you ever heard of Aurora? You ever heard of Columbine? There's a reason. There's a reason that this stuff happens there. And I'm not going to get into that right now. Maybe we'll do another show about that someday. But look into it. There's some bunkers in the mountains. They be doing some weird stuff to people out there. Plus, they're all smoking pot all day. Facts. And I know if you like pot, that's cool. I like pot too. But guess what? Um, they're MK Ultraing you. They are mind controlling you with the pot, with the strong ass pot. All right, let's keep going. When will it stop? Somebody on Facebook put when will we tighten up the gun control so that we can stop these hate crimes? And I was like, well, if we're making up stupid ideas that aren't going to work, how about we just have less LGBTQ clubs? Just a thought. If you want to say something stupid, less guns are going to mean less mass killings. Oh, don't worry. I got you covered. We're about to move into 2 more stories, one from Idaho and one from Waukesha. And I'm going to show you why it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as gun violence. It's just violence. There's no such thing as a hate crime. It's just a crime. The shooting is no different than swearing at someone, since it's sin. All sin's the same. In God's eyes, yes. In God's eyes, God does not have a sliding scale for evil. It's all the same. I thought it was hilarious hearing the gay guy saying that tackled the shooter, saved his life. He was talking like a girl, grateful that a guy protected her. More of the story is stay away from butt clubs. Facts. Yes, so if you're going to blame guns, then I'm going to blame LGBTQ clubs. Maybe they wouldn't get shot up if they didn't have so many of those, debauchery centers stationed around America. But anyway, when will it stop? LGBTQ community Pulse survivors react to Club Q shooting in Colorado Springs. Many said the attacks confirmed their fears that growing anti-LGBTQ rhetoric in recent months and ongoing threats against LGBTQ Americans could mean they and their community are even once again at risk of violence or other dangers. That has an impact that not just for the family and friends of the direct victims, but it affects the entire community. Chris Hansen, a Pulse shooting survivor, told USA Today he hasn't slept since learning about the Club Q shooting. So it's gun violence. A statement by President Joe Biden on the deadly shooting in Colorado Springs. While no motive in this attack is yet clear, we know that the LGBTQI plus IIAA PPSL plus 2Q slug butt community, low IQ, HGTV, ADHD community has been subject to horrific hate violence in recent years. Gun violence, hate violence, and gun violence. This is from the president's desk, guys. Let me just tell you, This is redundant. This is bad writing. This is shallow. And this assumes that everyone in America is a retard. There is no such thing. All violence is hateful. All violence is hateful. There's no such thing as love violence. There's no such thing as love violence and gun violence. Hate violence and gun violence continues. This is just stupid. This is bad writing. Have a devastating and particular impact on LGBTQI communities across our nation, and threats of violence are increasing. We saw it 6 years ago in Orlando when our nation suffered the deadliest attack affecting the LGBTQI community in American history. We continue to see it in the epidemic of violence and murder against transgender women, especially transgender women of color. And tragically, we saw it last night in this devastating attack by a gunman wielding a long rifle at a nightclub in Colorado Springs. Places that are supposed to be safe spaces of acceptance and celebration where never mind. Oh my God. Yeah, real safe spaces of acceptance and celebration should never be turned into places of terror and violence. Anyway, yet it happens far too often. We must drive out the iniquities that contribute to violence against our LGBTQI plus people. We cannot and must not tolerate hate. Today, yet another community in America has been torn apart by gun violence. More families left with an empty chair at the table and a hole in their butt. A hole in their lives that cannot be filled. When will we decide we've had enough? We must address the public health epidemic of gun violence in all its forms. So that's enough from you, Joe. Today, Jill and I are praying for the families. They're praying to Satan that the 5 people killed in the Colorado Springs last night, and for those injured in senseless attacks, they're praying to Satan. Let's move on to more stories just to show you the dangers of hate and gun violence in America. Darrell Brooks was sentenced. Who's Darrell Brooks? Oh, he's the guy that plowed his car through a Christmas parade and then proceeded to go on trial and mock the judge, mock the families, mock the jurors, mock the courtroom, mock the proceedings, and just act like a fucking prick on stage. And I'm sorry, but, it's a family show, I know, but when I cuss, I want you to know that it's for impact. It's for impact. If I'm cussing, I want you to know this guy's a fucking piece of shit, and he should have been shot on the stand. They should have taken out a gun and shot this guy in the head. No. They should have put him on the street and had a parade. They should have had a parade. And he was the centerpiece. And then they should have plowed a car through him and then backed up and ran over him multiple times. They should not have killed him with the first impact. They should have made sure they repeatedly roll back and forth over this guy. And then they should have had doctors come in and save his life. Had him, we do it with socialists. We'll take him to Canada and we'll let them use their socialized medicine. We bring him back to life, and then we bring him back again every year and do another parade where we repeatedly run over this piece of fucking shit over and over and over again. I'm sorry, I got a little heated there, but this guy's a scumbag. Let's watch the clip. Let's move on to the clip. I don't have him talking. We did a stream and we watched it. It's absolutely disgusting.
On the need to protect the community. I referenced this earlier.
And yeah, the guy who shot up that club, he's a piece of shit too.
The sentences I will impose here.
He's a piece of shit too, and he should die too.
One is punishment.
I'm not saying anyone is worse or better than the other, but this guy.
And the other is to provide justice and closure to the victims. Frankly, Mr. Brooks, no one is safe from you. This community can only be safe.
I'm hoping he gets what he deserves in jail
for the rest of your life.
Sorry for the cuss words, guys, but it's
the actions of Darrell Brooks demand
cussing situation.
Punishment. The community is not safe from your violent and criminal conduct unless you are in custody.
This is the public epidemic of hate and gun violence.
The Christmas parade.
Oh wait, no, he drove through people. He didn't have a gun.
Or seemingly caring about the wake of carnage that you left. On counts 1 through 6. This court is imposing a life sentence without the possibility or eligibility for extended supervision.
Cool. So you gave him a life sentence.
To one another.
Well, what else?
One life sentence for Virginia.
Oh, you're just going to give him a life sentence for each of the victims? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. He's going to get a 762-year
One life
sentence. That's stupid.
For Leanna Owen.
How much are taxpayers going to pay to house this guy for the rest of his life
One
in
life
jail?
sentence for Tamara Durand.
He has no remorse.
One life sentence.
He doesn't care.
For
He's got
Jane
a Bible
Kulik.
on the table in front of him. Look at this.
One life sentence for Bill Hospital. And
Cussing
one life
alert,
sentence
LOL.
for Jackson Sparks.
He gets to live. But yes, yeah, they don't have death penalty. I guess this is in Waukesha, Wisconsin. They don't have the death penalty.
I've considered the enhancer and the additional 5 years.
But there's no point. You're giving him 700 years.
But I don't need to really order that because I've not made him eligible for extended supervision, and it would only be to increase his time on initial confinement. But make no mistake, Mr. Brooks.
If you guys haven't been following this trial, this guy was a piece of shit, scumbag in court.
This is a case
Like,
that falls squarely.
You should.
on the
We
need to
watched it in
protect
one of my live
the
streams.
community.
We were watching it the other day.
I referenced this earlier. There's really
one of my gaming
three
streams,
primary
and
reasons.
it was just disgusting. It was really despicable. I don't know how somebody didn't just pull out a gun and shoot him in the head in court. Like, it was horrible. And he had no remorse, no pity. So you're going to give him a cell for the rest of his life, paid for by taxpayers? Ridiculous. Hey, JS, what about the one in California who hit the cadets? Oh, I didn't get anything on that story. I didn't get anyone on that story. That's a story too. I don't have anything on that story. And actually, what I was gonna do, we're getting to where I'm gonna take a break. He's gonna appeal anyway. That's the other part of the story. He's set to appeal, so he's gonna be back in court. Brooks back in court asking Friday to delay his prison sentence while he appeals. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. I'm gonna talk about it in rapid fire news, but we have more gun violence. We have I don't have that story, but I did see that story. Some in California, some police cadets were ran over in a car, and you know what they're doing? They're probably copycatting this clown. You know, you don't want to do gun violence, so we're gonna do car violence. Oh, and we're also gonna have knife violence. I have the story from Idaho. 4 college students stabbed to death in their sleep in Idaho. It's just ridiculous violence. We'll talk about that in the rapid fire news. I want to try to break up all these because we got a lot of just insane crime going on. I kind of want to break them up a little bit. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a break. I'm going to play. Hopefully the stream doesn't drop while I run and take a bathroom break. And play this Rush Limbaugh. We're going to play one of my role models for what I do here, for what we're doing right now. Rush Limbaugh, rest in peace. His Thanksgiving story that he told every year on his show while he was alive. I'm going to share that with you guys. The true story of Thanksgiving while I take a quick break. Just give me 1 second to pull it up. It's an 8-minute video. $100 cameraman, San Diego. Carmen San Diego is Lady Seesaw. Insane in the membrane. See a shank in his future. I hope so anyway. He should get it. He deserves it. Dude, they need to take him off the bus on the way to the prison and then just walk him out to the middle of the road and then run him over with the bus. That's what they need. That's how we should do our death penalties. It should be whatever you did to the person, then they should do that to you. So if you stab somebody 52 times, then guess what, buddy? You're going to get stabbed 52 times. And there's going to be a doctor standing there who's going to make sure that you're only stabbed in non-vital places 48 times. So you feel all of them. You're going to feel everything. Or here's another idea. We throw people out of planes. We throw them out of planes with no parachute. That way, as soon as they are in the air, they will come to grips with the fact that they're going to die. But they're going to fall for 7 minutes, free fall, and just get to think about what they've done. But I heard nothing about that California perp from me or in general. You haven't heard about it from me because I forgot to grab that. I forgot about that story. I missed it. I can pull it up though. But you mean in general you haven't heard about it? Yeah, I wonder why. I bet he probably looks a lot like Daryl Brooks. How much you want to bet? I could be wrong about that. I've been wrong about that. It's almost like, every race does evil things. Let me pull this up. All right, guys, enjoy this while I take a quick break.
Time for the traditional true story of Thanksgiving,
Story
written by me.
The true story of
in
Thanksgiving.
my second bestseller, 2.5 million
Not
copies in hardback. See, I told you so. Chapter 6, Dead White Guys, or what the history books never told you. The true story of Thanksgiving. The story of the Pilgrims begins in the early part of the 17th century. The Church of England under King James I was persecuting anyone and everyone who did not recognize its absolute civil and spiritual authority. Those who challenged ecclesiastical authority and those who believed strongly in freedom of worship were hunted down, imprisoned, and sometimes executed for their beliefs. A group of separatists first fled to Holland and established a community. After 11 years, about 40 of them agreed to make a perilous journey to the New World, where they would certainly face hardships but could live and worship God according to the dictates of their own consciences. On August 1st, 1620, the Mayflower set sail. It carried a total of 102 passengers, including 40 pilgrims led by William Bradford. On the journey, Bradford set up an agreement, a contract, that established just and equal laws for all members of the new community, irrespective of their religious beliefs. Where did the revolutionary ideas expressed in the Mayflower Compact come from? They came from the Bible. The Pilgrims were a people completely steeped in the lessons of the Old and New Testaments. They looked to the ancient Israelites for their example. And because of the biblical precedents set forth in Scripture, they never doubted that their experiment would work. But it was no pleasure cruise. The journey to the New World was a long and arduous one, and when the Pilgrims landed in New England in November, they found, according to Bradford's detailed journal, a cold, barren, desolate wilderness. There were no friends to greet them, he wrote. There were no houses to shelter them. There were no inns where they could refresh themselves, and the sacrifice that they had made for freedom was just beginning. During the first winter, half the Pilgrims, including Bradford's own wife, died of either starvation, sickness, or exposure. When spring finally came, Indians taught the settlers how to plant corn, fish for cod, and skin beavers for coats. Life improved for the Pilgrims, but they did not yet prosper. And this is important to understand because this is where modern American history lessons often end. Thanksgiving is actually explained in some textbooks as a holiday for which the Pilgrims gave thanks to the Indians for saving their lives, rather than as a devout expression of gratitude grounded in the tradition of both the Old and New Testaments. Here's the part that's been omitted. The original contract the Pilgrims had entered into with their merchant sponsors in London called for everything they produced to go into a common store, and each member of the community was entitled to one common share. All of the land that they cleared and the houses they built belonged to the community as well, and they were going to distribute it equally. All the land they cleared, the houses they built, belonged to the community. Nobody owned anything. They just had a share in it. It was a commune. It was the forerunner to the communes we saw in the 60s and 70s out in California. And it was complete with organic vegetables even, just like the communes of today are. There's no question it was organic vegetables. Bradford, who had become the new governor of the colony, recognized that this form of collectivism was as costly and destructive to the Pilgrims as that first harsh winter, which had taken so many lives. He decided to take bold action. Bradford assigned a plot of land to each family to work and manage thus turning loose the power of the marketplace. Long before Karl Marx was even born, the Pilgrims had discovered and experimented with what could only be described as socialism. And what happened? It didn't work. They nearly starved. It never has worked. What Bradford and his community found was that the most creative and industrious people had no incentive to work any harder than anybody else, unless they could utilize the power of personal motivation. But while most of the rest of the world has been experimenting with socialism for well over 100 years, trying to refine it, perfect it, and reinvent it, the Pilgrims decided early on to scrap it permanently. What Bradford wrote about this social experiment should be in every school child's history lesson.
Let's elaborate. What did he just say? I already know what he said because I listened to all of it. Tyrone is still trying to skin. Oh, we're still running good. So in this world, are all sins really the same? In God's eyes. In God's eyes. It's a hard concept for people to grip. And I get it. I understand it. It's hard to conceptualize. Does that mean we need to find Rich for Thanksgiving? Thanks for sharing this, Josh. Oh yeah, and we're gonna finish watching it. But what he talks about and what he wrote about is how the Pilgrims came here and they tried socialism. They said nobody's gonna own anything and they're gonna be happy, right? Nobody's gonna own the land. We're gonna have a commune, and everybody's gonna. You know, I've said this about like my homeless commune where I build a homeless commune, but in that sort of environment, it's a commune, but it's owned by a capitalist. It's owned by a capitalist who's trying to help you out and get you on your feet. It's different than socialism. It's more like charity. All sin is sin, but different sins have different consequences. Huh. I haven't heard that. Well, that's a Catholic thing. That's like the Dante's Inferno, the 9 rings of hell and of purgatory and of heaven. I don't necessarily know about all that. I've done it. I've learned about Dante's Inferno and the Divine Comedy, but what's his name? Dante was a poet. He was a liberal. Anyway, they tried socialism. It didn't work. Everybody was starving. So what'd they do? Let's listen.
If it were, we might prevent such needless suffering in the future, such as that we're enduring now. The experience that we had in this common course and condition,
Rest in peace, Rush.
The experience we had in this common course and condition, tried Sunday years, that by taking away property and bringing community into a commonwealth would make them happy and flourishing, as if they were wiser than God, Bradford wrote.
Interesting. This is before
Marx. This community, so far as it was
Marx
found to breed much confusion and discontent.
He just wrote it down
and retard much employment
sold it to the
that
commies.
would have been to their benefit and comfort.
Sold it to the colleges.
For young men that were most able and fit for labor and service did repine that they should spend their time and strength to work for other men's wives and children without being paid for it. That was thought injustice. Why should you work for other people when you can't work for yourself? What's the point? That's what he was saying. The Pilgrims found that people could not be expected to do their best work without incentive. So what did Bradford's community try next?
The people could not be expected to do their best work without incentives. Duh. This is why, like, when these usually Democrat policies do a bunch of housing for homeless people, and this is something I see in my city a lot, where they'll build these lush, extravagant new apartment complexes, right on the outskirts of the city. Nicer, much nicer apartments than what I have. All new appliances, brand new, all new marble countertops, nice refrigerator, nice dishwasher, nice oven, a nice apartment, a brand new apartment in a brand new building. And then they'll designate a quarter of the building for government housing, for for basically they bring in a bunch of homeless people and they flood them in there because the mayor's constantly getting more homeless people coming into the city because they do this sort of thing, and then they give the house away. Within 6 months, the place is destroyed. The person is evicted because they turn it into a flop house. They turn it into a trap house. They have 6 people living there. They trash the apartment. They all have pit bulls, and they get evicted. And this is what happens. And I'm not saying all the homeless people are like this, but this is usually what happens. This is what socialism. The thing is, these homeless people are encouraged to not work because if they start working a job and they start getting a paycheck, they have to report that paycheck. Well, when they report their paycheck, the welfare people, the housing people find out, oh, this person's making $1,200 a month at McDonald's easily. You can make $1,800 a month at fast food. Easy. I've done it. Done it a lot. I had to work a lot of overtime, but I didn't care. I wasn't doing much. It's fast food, you know? Actually, sometimes it was very difficult doing fast food when you're in an understaffed restaurant and you're basically an employee who does every single position, and basically you're like a manager, but they won't make you a manager because they say you're a felon, so you're not allowed to be a manager, so they can just keep you at an employee's wage, but you're doing everything. You're training people, you're running the front counter, the expo, you're cooking stuff. Like, there were times when me and one other person, she might be in this chat, I don't know if she's in here, but me and one other person ran a Burger King, or was it Burger King or Wendy's? I've worked at all of them, but where am I getting at? Oh, that fast food it can be a hard job. I'm not going to say it's not hard to learn it. It's just, it can be overwhelming sometimes. And they won't pay you what you're worth on purpose, especially if you're a felon. But anyway, what was I saying? So, God, I keep going off on these tangents. So, the homeless people can't get jobs because if they get jobs, they lose their housing. They lose their food stamps. So they can't get jobs, or they have to work under the table, which can be good, you know. But I don't think that they should be getting this stuff paid for by taxpayers when they're working and they're able-bodied. But they're saying that they're not to get this stuff. Like, I'm not a fan of that. I do think we need to, you know, do things to find a solution to homelessness, but we've got to be capitalist about it. We've got to be charitable about it and Christian about it too. And then that's how you find the true answers instead of being socialist and Democrat and satanic about it, you know, trying to look good. And really, they're making money off bringing the homeless people in, and then they kill them off with drugs and crap food for cheap. Anyway, let's keep going. It's Thanksgiving, guys.
They unharnessed.
Let Rush rap. My bad, Robbie.
Good.
This is my show,
free
Robbie.
Enterprise.
I gotta talk too.
By invoking the undergirding capitalistic principle of private property, every family was assigned its own plot of land to work and permitted to market its own crops and products. What was the result? Bradford wrote, this had very good success, for it made all hands industrious, so as much more corn was planted than otherwise would have been. Is it possible that supply-side economics could have existed before the 1980s? Yes. Read the story of Joseph and Pharaoh in Genesis 41. Following Joseph's suggestion, Pharaoh reduced the tax on Egyptians to 20%. During the 7 years of plenty, and the earth brought forth in heaps. Well, in no time, the pilgrims found that they had more food than they could eat themselves. Now, this is where it gets really good.
If you don't work,
if you're laboring under the misconception that I was, as I was taught in school, they set up trading posts. They exchanged goods with the Indians. The profits allowed them to pay off their debts to the merchants in London. And the success and the prosperity of the Plymouth settlement attracted more Europeans and began what came to be known as the Great Puritan Migration. But this story stops.
What's up, Jeff Hewitt? Never seen you before.
When the Indians taught the newly arrived suffering and socialism pilgrims how to plant corn and fish for cod. That's where the original Thanksgiving story stops. Story basically doesn't even begin there. The real story of Thanksgiving is William Bradford giving thanks to God for the guidance and the inspiration to set up a thriving colony.
Monologue.
That socialism caused near starvation. The bounty was shared with the Indians. They did sit down. They did have free-range turkey and organic vegetables.
Nice. Nothing wrong with
organic. But it wasn't the Indians
What's up, hello?
Who saved the day.
Joe Frax wants you to marry him so he can become a citizen.
It was capitalism and scripture
LJ.
Which saved the day.
He just proposed.
Acknowledged by George Washington in his first Thanksgiving proclamation in 1789.
Introducing Phantom.
I want this chessboard, though. For real. Yo,
Most
look at this chessboard
in the world.
I want this.
Beautifully
it hooks up
crafted
to
in
an online chessboard
with the attention
game,
to detail that chess
so people can play you even if they don't have
but
it.
what makes it
and it moves the pieces around.
Is
That's enough of that. But I want that chessboard, guys. Look at that. It moves the pieces on its own. Oh, I think it's over. It's over. It's over. This guy's rapping. Hey, I don't care what you say. This is a great.
You think men are important? Like for what?
From Elijah Schaefer, Rush Will Live Forever. It was not over? It was over. Well, there are longer ones, too. Almost midnight. Where he is? He's in Argentina. Men! Okay.
Do you think men are important?
Cher. That was Cher saying nah. All right. Let's do some memes. Let's look at some memes. It's 3 o'clock. It's 3 in Argentina. Maze's son. Who's Maze's son? Yes. So they tried communism. The Pilgrims came here. It didn't work. Big surprise. And then they tried capitalism, or they tried, basically capitalism. It's you work hard, you make more money. It has flaws. The flaw is there's a hierarchy, and only so many people are going to make it to the top. And then Marxism is the perfect counter to that because you cry about that. Boo-hoo! Some people are better than me at stuff. The oppressors. Dun, dun, dun. So it's Thanksgiving coming up on Thursday. What's everybody doing? Happy Thanksgiving. Let's look at some memes. The Discord's open. If anybody wants to call and chat. Robbie, if you want to call and chat about the Rush thing. I need to put it somewhere where I can see it. Ho, ho, ho. It's love time? What the? Love? Checking out. Going to bed? Let's look at these memes. I'm going to bed. All right. Meme time. Discord's open. Call up on the Discord if you want. It's pinned. What the? I don't know. LJ. Ask Gofrax. I think he's in love. Well, you didn't close it? Didn't close what? Didn't close what? Confused? I'm confused as well. Close the video? It was like a 9-minute video already. There was another one that was 15 minutes. Might have, but that was too long. So let's continue. Let's look at the memes. I got memes. Let's play some sizzle music while I do this. Geographic determined what America's will look like in 2050, and it's beautiful. We're all Nick Cannon. Everyone is Nick Cannon. He's on his 12th kid. He just had his 10th and 11th twins. He's he's spreading that gene pool. Oh, this is just like an intro. It's short. Oh no, it just got longer. Sorry about that. Next meme. It's loud. There we go. Cool. All right, next meme. Hey, did you send out the bottle yet? Wondering if I'd be able to put it in Thanksgiving meal? Yep. Well, you should, Dean. It's I have the tracking receipt somewhere. Robbie got his today. Bring back Black Pete. Who's Black Pete? M-words be like white people can't fight, yet we own all of Africa. Wow, wow. Grandma said in her day she did 3 times the work you do today. In Grandma's day, they had cocaine in the sodas. Love a good bacon cheeseburger. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like it. Remember I was talking about how a mustard seed could fall into, and that's how a mustard seed could move a mountain? Well, here we go. We got a meme for it. This is how paper beats rock. A simple seed can crack open giant rock. When you order your tires from Wish, what is this? A dang roller skate car? Hold on. Let me get the next song. All right. It's a roller skate car. It's like Heelys. If Heelys was a car. You know what, LJ? I'm Christian, Donald Trump voter, pro-gun, and rope access window cleaner. What about that? Good husband, ain't me? I don't know. I don't know if LJ Fox is available, Showfrax. She'll have to let you know. But you're not a Donald Trump voter. You're a liar because you don't live in America. I guess potentially you would be a Donald Trump voter if you came here before 2024. We need him. We need a lady in the chat to get him over here. All right, next one. Can you guys hear the music? It should be really low. Elon Musk says on Twitter, I would like to apologize for firing these geniuses. Their immense talent will no doubt be of great use elsewhere. Welcoming back Ligma and Johnson. Ligma Johnson. So these are the 2 trolls. Remember, I reported on it. You should remember, we said it's a hoax. We knew it was a hoax. That's why he had the Michelle Obama book. The big Mike book. Ligma and Johnson. Elon rehired them. Important to admit when I'm wrong, and firing them was truly one of my biggest mistakes. Good job, Elon. When Disney makes a movie about Greta Thunberg, y'all... When Disney makes a movie about Greta Thunberg. No Discord? The Discord's open, Robbie. Did you call? Oh, you called. My bad. No, you're just supposed to call. You want me to jump in the room? Nobody's in any of the rooms. But I can go in it. That's a big bribe. No Discord. That's why I can't read it, LJ. I can't read it. I can't read it. When Disney makes a movie about Greta Thunberg. Y'all finna... I can't say it. It's so funny. Y'all finna destroy the earth. Y'all finna destroy the earth. Y'all finna destroy the earth. Robbie, y'all finna destroy the earth. Y'all finna destroy the earth.
What's that mean?
What does it mean?
About to get destroyed to earth.
Y'all about to destroy the earth.
What does that mean?
Oh, Lord.
I don't hear you good.
You don't hear me good?
No.
Hold on. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Robbie Brown from the historical city of McDonough, Georgia.
Nice.
I just wanted to follow up on the Rush thing because, you know, that's I hold that near and dear to my heart. It's one of the most amazing American stories that's ever been told, and I just think it fell short, and I can't let it fall short this close to Thanksgiving, and Rush ain't here to, you know, do it itself.
Well, I can
And
pull up a longer one.
The moral of the story is that when you let some bitches just take something for nothing, they ain't gonna do shit. They're gonna sit around on their ass. And then when you said, let's turn this shit around and say, now if you do something, you're gonna have something to show for it. All of a sudden, these some bitches produce so much that the Indians are like, what are these motherfuckers doing? Then they came over here and they had the damn Thanksgiving. That's the long story short.
Robbie's quiet. Oh, yeah, it's because I had the music down. Hold on one second. He's a whisper.
What? I was supposed to do that again?
I think they heard you. It was just very quiet.
Well, that's unfortunate. Hold on. Let me see what I can do with my phone there.
Pan pal. A pan pal.
That's unfortunate. How we got? What we got? Copy. I don't know.
Copy. I think it's good now. That was my fault.
No, I don't think I got you pretty much the same as I had you.
I played the short one. I played the 9-minute one.
All right, how about that? How about that?
There is a longer one.
Look for ones. Do I have to rewind the Rush Limbaugh thing that you didn't close with?
Here's the last one he did before he died. Hold on.
Well, it's the true story of Thanksgiving. I can do it long story short. You don't even have to play it.
You want to do it? You can do it.
Yeah, long story short, what Brush and what he was sharing was that they came over here with a capitalistic, with a socialist idea that you just do your little bit for your little bit, and it didn't work. And next thing you know, they turned it all up a notch and said, "You do what you do, and we don't have any control over what you do." And they got off their ass and they started doing shit. And then the Indians were like, wow, look at this. And then we had all this stuff, and we were the winners of the day. That's why it's called Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and they did help us learn this land, like learn how to cultivate this land. And
I disagree.
You disagree? I think that, I mean, you're not as an outdoorsman as me, but when you go to a new every terrain and every environment is different.
I'll buy that for $1.
So like I can start a fire and I know how to fish in the Florida woods, but when I go to the Utah mountains, it's a whole new world.
You'll eat a fish eye to survive. I will die. I will just die from malnutrition because I won't eat a fish eye.
But I do think the Pilgrims probably found some chill natives who did show them, hey, we got this corn stuff here that you guys don't really have over there. We put these fish heads in the corn and we grow the corn because the soil's not good. And the Pilgrims are like soaking up the information.
But see,
and we made friends in alliances with a lot of the.
But the first guy that got over here that was in charge, he's like, oh, y'all just be glad you survived. Blah, blah, blah. He wasn't pushing nobody. And then Smith got involved, and he's like, oh, hell no. Time for y'all to get up off your asses and act like white folks should act. And we took over a whole country. Look at it today. When you look at it today, it's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cool and now they say, what do you think a Native American? What's your definition of Native American? Because my girlfriend's a Native. But what's your definition of a Native American?
Anybody from America. Anybody born in America.
All right, but if you take it farther back, do you think there's any such thing as a Native American?
I'm a 4th generation Native American. I know at least four.
I don't think there's any.
How far back are we going?
As a Native, all the way back to you had to cross over on the Bering Strait.
So we're all native Mesopotamians.
That's just what I'm saying. There's no such thing as a Native American, is there?
There is. It's just somebody who was born in America.
What? Like,
if I was born in Egypt, I'd be a native over Egyptian. Here.
Well, I mean, but you basically are wherever you're native to, but there's no such thing as a Native American. That's my argument. Okay. Now, are we Native Americans from birth? Sure. But is there truly a Native American?
If I could trace my lineage, back to when America was founded and became America, then I would be Native American. My opinion is Native American means you're born in America. But from what you're saying,
okay, that. But what I guess I'm
so when America was founded, whoever was here, those are the Native Americans.
I'm taking it
with a super chat.
I'm taking it 100,000 years back, Josh. Maybe 300,000 years back.
Destroy the turkey. What? Y'all finna destroy the earth.
Well, what my argument is that did people just pop out of the ground in America, or did people have to come from somewhere else
America
to get
wasn't
to
a thing till when? Till they signed the Declaration of Independence, or till when? When are we saying America became a country?
The crossing of the Bering Strait.
The Bering Strait, isn't that where Russia connects with Alaska?
Yeah. Is that Butch?
Who crossed that?
Hey,
then the Asians. You're talking about when the Asians crossed that and came to America. That those are
sure. That's what I'm saying. Who is there? Is there truly anyone, any race, anything that is native to America? I say no.
I don't know. We're getting dangerously close to saying that borders are imaginary and countries aren't real.
No, I'm just saying there's nobody that just popped out of the ground in America. America was migrated to. There was no humans on America.
So let's just keep it simple. I was born in America. I've lived in America my whole life, so I'm a Native American.
I understand that. But
are we talking about the Indians?
No, I'm taking it all the way back to the back. There's no such thing as a Native.
That's awesome. Thank you for the super chat. Super.
What?
There's not a
super chat.
Conquered.
What happened, Butch?
What?
I think it's not a country until conquered.
Yeah, what are you getting at anyway, Robbie?
What I'm trying to say is, that it's America. There's no such thing as a Native American. There's no such thing as anybody that's ever from this continent.
They don't even if you're talking about the red man, they don't call them Native Americans anymore. They call them indigenous peoples.
And that's unfortunate. but they're not even they might have got here first, but they didn't pop out of the ground. You see what I'm saying? There's no reparations due. There's no nothing due. There's no nothing due to anybody.
I would say that technically America was not a thing until whenever we're saying it was. Declaration of Independence was signed. Then America becomes a thing. Now, from that point, anybody who was there for that and anyone who is born after that there is a Native American.
I'm taking you 10,000 years back.
Well, why are we
taking you 10,000? Well, I'm
10,000
asking
years
you.
back. I'm a young Earth creationist.
Josh,
I don't think the world was here 10,000 years ago.
Josh, people are curious about you hanging out with the Mormons.
That's not true, by the way. I'm not a young Earth creationist.
No, people are curious about you hanging out with the Mormons, for the record. But what I'm trying to say...
I think I'm going to become Mormon. Hey, yo, if I wanted to get some benefits, if I wanted to have a beautiful blonde wife within the next 6 months, and some pantry food...
Josh.
What, Robbie, Mormons take care of you, man.
No, I feel you. I mean, hell, if I ever hooked up with a Mormon chick, they don't shave their armpits. This is a joke. Whatever.
This is a joke I was making with my stepdad. It was like a running joke before he passed away. It was that I would always call him. He'd say, "I've been here for 9 years, Robbie," and I would always call him and say, "I'm thinking about going Mormon." And he's like, "Hey, man, I've been telling you should do it," because I always joke. You get a blonde wife, you get a young blonde wife real quick. You get a house, you get a vehicle.
Oh no!
Yeah,
they'll
they take
kill
care
you.
of you. They take care of you.
No, they'll kill you and collect on their life insurance, on your life insurance policy. Don't fall for the bulls. So listen to me. What I'm trying to ask you to recognize is, we'll call it 1 million years ago. Was there human life in the Americas?
1 million years ago?
Before they crossed the Bering Strait, was there life?
Man, I kind of lose track of all that crap after about 2,000 years. I know about that much.
What does it mean? Why do you lose track of it?
Because nobody knows. Nobody knows. Even the scientists who claim to know don't really know, and they'll tell you they don't really know. Now, I think so what I like biblically, I say the world could be as many years old as it is. I don't know how old it is. I'm not saying it's only 2,000 years old, because from Genesis 1:1 to Genesis 1:2, there's no length of time. It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then verse 2, he starts making it.
Hey, so you're rejecting the Great Migration, right? You're rejecting it? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that was a million years ago. I think Pangea was less than a million. No, maybe Pangea was 1 million years ago.
No,
but
they crossed over the Bering Strait. They crossed over the Bering Strait, and they migrated all the way down. Hell, it was just what humans do. We're like.
I don't think that was even over 1 million years. That's like 10,000 years. Let's say Let's say 10,000.
All right, well, fine. That's fine.
You say a million? That's like, I don't even know if the world is 1 million years old. Carbon dating doesn't even know if the world is 1 million years old.
Yeah, I mean, million was an exaggeration, but even 10,000
years ago.
No, it would take a lot more than
10,000.
Yeah, people are traveling. I think people came from one spot. They came from one spot, which would have been Mesopotamia, the Fertile Crescent, the heart of the earth.
What I'm trying to get to the bottom of was anybody in the Americas, because they try to convince us that nobody was until they crossed the Bering Strait. And you can say 10,000 years, but I think they got it a lot longer ago than that, because they went down and built all kinds of crazy shit in South America and did all kinds of crazy shit because they came across.
Are only like 3,000 years
old.
Look,
they came across the Bering Strait and they went down straight to the south, and then they started way back up.
This is why this gets weird. I don't even like this is what I always try to explain to Freddie, that all this stuff gets like.
It does get
they
weird.
All came from one spot, and so people will say, well, the Mayans are actually Asians who migrated through America and through Mexico. But it's like, none of this stuff existed. They weren't any of these things. They were just people walking around.
The nomads, yeah.
Everybody was just traveling around trying to find a place to live, because that tribe over there wants to eat us. And then that tribe over there, they're nice, but they said we're not welcome because we did this or something. And everybody just travels around and has a bunch of babies. And then people will, when people, never mind. But yeah, there's a lot of incest. There had to be a lot of incest to happen. So all nations and all nationalities.
They didn't even have bathrooms or nothing. They're just shitting all over the place.
Yeah, you think they ain't gonna screw their brother?
What the hell, man? And they claim to be Native Americans. I say there's no such thing.
No, because people will say this group of people has incest amongst them, and that's why they're. But I'm like, no, everybody does. We're trying to go back. We're trying to go back to when 100 people branched off in 10,000 years ago and walked through the woods. Like, things were different. But what does this have to do with anything anyway?
No, isn't it amazing that we live in the time that we do and that we can sit here and do this shit? Well, how blessed are we? With Thanksgiving coming up, how blessed are we?
Blessed.
How blessed are we? Yeah, how blessed.
Saying here, folks, the Pilgrims found that
my goodness, look at all the people that went through hell and did all the crazy evil shit for us to sit here and have this kind of blessing that we can hang out with each other and do this kind of crazy Dick Tracy bullshit,
You know what's crazy is that when I was in like high school, I wanted to go to this marksman program, which is where you like leave the high school in the middle of the day and go do specialty training for certain things. Yeah. And they had different programs. I wanted to do the marksman thing for broadcasting. And then I wanted to go to the Columbia School for Broadcasting, because I always wanted to be like a Rush or like somebody who talked on the news. Or I always liked the radio DJs. I wanted to be a radio DJ.
What's up? Yeah.
And now it's like we can just freaking do that.
Yeah, and you can. And you're doing it. You're doing it, Josh. Good for you, brother. You know what I mean?
Dang. You used to have to have a degree to do this.
Yeah. I took newspaper. I was a sports writer and had my own segment in the paper when we were having to print it out to sell it for 25 cents a thing and doing all that. And then we can do this. And it's beautiful. Yeah, it really is beautiful.
Can you hear the video?
What did Bradford's Pilgrim community try?
Negative. No.
How did we do the one day when we did the McDonough ghost train story thing? You were listening to it and we were watching it. Because I got the Rush longer extended version pulled up.
I was just listening real hard and I could...
You can't watch stream.
Yeah, I knew enough of it that I knew where we were at.
He probably just rambles.
No, that's not true. I don't ramble.
He doesn't. Sometimes he rambles.
That's not fair.
What's up, broski there?
I was about to go to bed, and I was like, hell.
They
ramble.
The power of free enterprise.
Yeah, whatever.
They invoked capitalism.
As long as you don't
pick
on my mustache, I'm all good.
All the way back in the 1400s.
Man, I went to bed at like 7 o'clock last night. That was so beautiful.
Family was assigned its
I put on Fox News. I was asleep by 7:30. I woke up at midnight.
This had very good success, for it made all hands industrious.
Wow, it's only midnight.
So as much more corn was planted than otherwise would have been.
That's good living right there.
When profit was introduced,
I was welding today.
The opportunity to prosper.
Good for you, buddy.
It went gangbusters.
You didn't blind yourself, did you?
Didn't what?
That, my friends, is the
blind yourself.
Essence
blind yourself
of
maybe a little bit.
True story of Thanksgiving.
Yeah, be careful with that shit.
If you're laboring under the misconception
I keep the thing,
I was taught in school,
the mask. just a little bit above my
They
eye.
set up trading posts
started
to
and
exchange
flip
goods
it
with
down.
the Indians after they had enjoyed this prosperity.
Do that.
It was not the Indians that brought
the hell.
I can't start it without looking at it a little bit.
Yeah, you'll regret that when you get older. Yeah.
Well, I'm not like
you're not
older.
You're not as old.
Every day.
You're not as old as Butch and I.
MIG weld? No, I was a stick weld, arc welder, a stick weld, long stick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did that. I took shop. Best class I ever had in my life.
Yeah, that's where I learned how. Well, I learned we didn't have shop. We had agriculture class.
Yeah, so much better than trigonometry. I learned so much more in shop class than I ever did in any class I ever took in school.
Agriculture was great because it was like shop. Like we'd learn. There was a garage, and we'd learn how to work on like lawnmowers and agriculture equipment, which also teaches you about other motors.
Yeah.
Watched a cow get castrated and dehorned. That was wild.
I didn't have that class. Yeah, thank God I didn't have that.
We had to do cow takedowns pig takedowns where you reach under their legs and grab the other legs and you hit them with your shoulder and drop there.
No, I didn't have that. I didn't have that. Yeah. We were working on cars and stuff.
I love agriculture. They took it out of the school recently in Hillsboro.
That sounds dangerous.
It was a great class, man.
I mean, it just sounds like something that you could catch
because you learn gardening, plants, how to do like root hormones, how to clip things, and then do clones with root hormones. How to dang clean a chicken.
That's cool. Hell, and nothing like that.
It was a good class. But then you'd also learn how to weld. So basic welding. We had a little piece of metal and we had to do 3 lines. And then we had to put this pole onto the metal.
Yeah, we did machining and spinning metal and making hammers and then next thing you know we were doing Bondo and painting on cars and it was for people in the town. Like they were getting because they were crashing into shit, I guess. I don't know. It was back in the damn 80s, early 80s, and people were just crashing into shit. And they bring their shit to the school, and we'd Bondo it and paint it and send them on about their way. I don't know. That's some bullshit. That was slave labor. What the hell was going on?
I always wanted to milk a heifer, wonder what fresh milk tastes like. I've always wanted to get a woman pregnant and taste woman breast milk.
What?
Yeah.
You?
I would try it for sure. For sure. I'm definitely trying my wife's child's milk.
Oh, you're out of your fucking mind, dude.
What
the hell's wrong with you? You don't have any kids, Josh?
Not that I know of.
No, that's probably why. You're not supposed to do that. That's for babies. That's not for you. What the hell's wrong with you?
Is that a beta thing? I bet that is a beta thing. Yeah, I bet they sip on it.
That's as beta as beta. What the hell's wrong with you? You sound like Jamie.
I would try it. I wouldn't make it a regular habit. I just would try it.
You sound like Jamie. That's Jamie. Jamie still says, "Mama, let me suck on your titty."
Not to my mama.
I mean, what the hell? What the hell? You don't taste breast milk.
You mean you don't suck on your wife's titty when she's lactating?
No, don't do that ever.
That got real adult real quick.
The fuck's wrong with that's the most?
It's just gonna happen.
No, you don't do that. That's what the hell am I hearing? That's no.
Just cracking up.
Look, that's why you ain't got no babies. Right there.
What do you mean?
That's
if that's
Josh.
beta, then the women would like that.
No. There's a name for you. The fuck off my shit. Yeah, I swear to God.
I'm just saying I would just try it. I would just try it.
Oh, that's disgusting. That's ridiculous. What the hell's wrong with you?
Damn, Robbie.
I know, Robbie's.
Butch, hey, Butch, you got kids.
Yeah.
Did you ever suck on your lady's teats?
I can read what Bush said in chat.
Did you ever suck on? Did you
It wasn't intentionally, but yeah, it did happen.
See, it happens, Robbie.
Accidentally.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I after I had a kid, it takes a long time for it to dry up.
Look, like every guy in chat saying that they know the taste.
He didn't do it on purpose.
They're saying it's disgusting, but you can't say it's disgusting unless you tasted it.
Oh my God! I guess I have tasted it, and it is disgusting.
He said drinking breast milk is not a sin, but it should be. I rebuke the demons in you.
I mean, my God.
I haven't done it. I'm just saying. If you're lactating for a year, it's gonna happen. That's what I'm saying, man. It's just gonna happen.
Yeah, that's why you're bringing it up. That's why I'm so pissed off you're bringing it up, because I was like, oh,
you've been traumatized.
What does that taste? Yes, I'm traumatized.
Robbie's been traumatized. See, look at him.
You should never
telling me I should never do that, but he's done it.
I mean, now that I think about it,
you were right. You tell your wife stop. I want you to stop it right now.
Yeah.
She just starts squirting you.
You told me. Look, you told me.
Oh, you're gonna drink this, Robbie?
No, it's not true. What I'm saying is, Josh, don't get a girl pregnant just so you can taste breast milk.
Well, that's not the only reason I would get her pregnant. I mean, I guess there'd be a kid involved.
All right. No. And Josh, how old are you?
35.
It's about time, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
About that time.
That's what they say, men. Usually.
You're up there with Hake. How old is Hake?
He's like 42, 40 or something.
All right. At least you're behind Hake.
I'm not a virgin. I've been around the block.
I'm just saying, Josh, do you want to have a kid?
I think I might be infertile, actually, to be honest with you.
It's possible.
It could have been because I did a lot of drugs at the time.
I've wondered how I've got away with things.
Or I'm just a raw dog champion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've wondered how I've got away with things.
Because I should have a kid in every damn state, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm like, obviously, I'm infertile.
Well, hey,
you know the old story about the door-to-door salesman? Well, that was me.
Yeah, good job. Thank you, Desert Storm.
Hey, believe it or not, it's hard to get a woman pregnant.
It's hard to get a woman pregnant? Man, yeah. But I don't know, because there's at least, okay, off the top of my head, 3, 4 girls that I was sleeping with regularly, unprotected, like multiple times a week for months. And then as soon as the next guy they're with, they got damn 3 kids.
That's what I mean. There's only like 4 or 5 days a month they can get pregnant.
Yeah, but I was always having sex with them. If I'm like, if I have a girlfriend and I'm with her, like, we're frequently having sex. And if I'm with her for 6 months and we never have protected sex for 6 months, that's a lot of sex. And then the next boyfriend they get, they're pregnant. Boom.
Josh, you can go to the doctor and they'll tell you.
Or I'm just blessed.
Yeah, I mean, I would just ride your wave, and if
or you're just lucky.
Well, but
hey, Josh,
but I'm
Josh,
older now,
Josh,
and I'm not on hardcore drugs anymore, and I've been celibate for like
hey,
4 or 5 years. So
and Josh,
so
I'm
probably the first girl I get with, she's about to have an octuplet.
Josh, I'm blessed to just have one child because he's enough, and I couldn't imagine having to worry about another one. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're going to eat the bugs and drink the breast milk. Nugget Man, $2 super chat. Thank you, Nugget Man.
I think God gives you all that you can handle, and
Josh beats up furries.
and God doesn't think you can handle a baby. What's up?
This went south. Yeah, we went from talking about drinking breast milk to, oh, Lord.
I know, right?
They're getting pregnant.
They're getting pregnant. Yeah.
Got a little sidetracked. All right, guys, I'm going to jump out of the Discord and finish this show up.
I'm going to bed. Look, I'm going to bed. I can't believe y'all are keeping me up this late. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow.
All
Good
right.
night.
Good night, Butch.
Good night, buddy.
Night, Robbie.
Good night, buddy.
All right. That was fun. Nothing. I think everything I just said, I've said in other streams before. It was kind of like when I ever write my autobiography, that's kind of like a running theme of the biography, is that for some reason I've been blessed to not have a kid, even though I was extremely uncautious. Y'all finna destroy the earth. Next meme. Feliz Navidad. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. So then now we move it. Let's go into more about Josh's premarital sex life. When I lost my virginity, the song that was playing was Christmas music. It started with some good songs, some good R&B, some smooth jams, but it was my friend Max's computer playlist in his bedroom, in his parents' garage. This is when I was like 17. I was 17, yeah. And so I hit play on the playlist, Virginity, Getting Lost, some smooth jams on the radio, and then the next song that plays, and he's German, so his family's German. He's got German Christmas music and other language Christmas music. So yeah, I lost it to Feliz Navidad, and then the next song was O Tannenbaum, le Gushes Josh played Guinea G to flood the ladies out. Good night, fam. Night, Robbie. Night. All right. Feliz Navidad. It's the Christmas spirit, guys. This is the 20-something. I'm 35. This is the 18-year anniversary of me losing my virginity. Good night, Robbie. Right around this time. It was right around this time, and that's why Christmas music was playing. It was right after my 17th birthday. So it was like late October, early November. I won't use someone's pronouns for the same reason I won't talk to a schizophrenic's imaginary friends. Facts. That's not a funny meme. That's a deep meme. When you're only 3 blocks away from your home, but you're starting to lose the battle. It's called prairie dogging. It's called turtle heads poking out. I've got the little turtle heads poking out. Got that reach. I'm going to call it peaching it from now on. I'm peaching it. She's a 10, but it's in feet. Damn! What? Okay, first. I don't know if this picture's real. This is a meme. I don't know if this is real. It looks slightly photoshopped. We see definite cut and blending around the arm here. Shadows look kind of realistic, kind of odd in the door around where the head goes. This could be photoshopped. Okay. And then in which case it's just funny. She's a 10, but it's in feet. But if this is real, She is a dime piece. But damn! That's threatening. That's threatening. That's scary. Trumpinator 2024. I'll be back. Nice, I'm eating. Got that reach. Feliz Navidad in Spanish. I know what Feliz Navidad means, Chauffeur. That's why I said Merry Christmas in multiple languages. He was German and Spanish. He was German and Spanish. He was too. That's funny. That's funny. He was actually German and Spanish. They have Feliz Navidad and O Tannenbaum. I specifically more remember O Tannenbaum, but that meme made me bring up Feliz Navidad. I don't know if Feliz Navidad actually played. I might have been expounding on the story a bit there. But I definitely remember O Tannenbaum, but he was also Hispanic. His dad was Mexican or Cuban, and his mom was, man, I'm telling too much information about this guy. I might have said the wrong name. Let's just pretend I said the wrong name. I only said a first name, and it's 3 letters. Could be the wrong name. Tough drive to work, almost a foot of sunshine, and it's still coming down. This is a Florida meme, just to make sure that we all hate Floridians. Let's go. Florida, stand up. Not Rihanna's forehead shining bright like a diamond. Thing look like a damn blimp. This look like the dang Heisenberg. Dad, if I text you this, it means I need money. It's the Ukraine flag. Haha, that's funny. Next meme. Ron DeSantis dyes hair and gets a spray tan in preparation for 2024 presidential run. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Then George said, y'all can tax this dick and start the first boogaloo. That's from Boogalation 7.4. That's a little bit blasphemous. That's a blasphemous meme there because there's no boogalations in the Bible. Alexander Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, Big Booty Latina says, shout out to all the workers at Twitter. You all built a vital place for connection and deserve so much better. Millions of people appreciate the space you built and the hard work that went into it. Thank you. And then Elon Musk said, you're welcome, bitch. All right, mean tweets are back. Hair on my arm stands up. Oh, it's about to get lit, boys. It's about to get lit. Let's go. The red stripes on the American flag are to represent the blood of American soldiers, not how much you like dick in your ass. Ooh, we're getting a little edgy this week, guys. We're getting a little edgy this week. Probably bad timing. Bad timing with the recent Colorado shooting on that meme. Sorry about that, guys. Ignore the Epstein-Maxwell client list. Ignore Hunter Biden's laptop. Ignore FTX money laundering. Investigate Ticketmaster over Taylor Swift tickets. The FBI. Nice. I love Amazons. When you ask grandma what the secret is to having a long marriage, it's the Gluck Gluck 9000. We got dirty in this episode, and we're about to talk about Mormons. That's not good. I didn't plan for this to happen, guys. I didn't plan for it to fall apart like this. No! We need to forgive each other. Oh, wait, hold on. I read it backwards. We need to forgive each other for what we said during the pandemic. No! Suplex. People's elbow. That's the people's elbow from Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Woman nearly get decapitated after flying turtle smashes into her windscreen. Luigi said, F you, B. She's a Klingon now. Got a 6 head like Squidward from SpongeBob. Squidward. Not Squidward. Squidward. With T's on the end. They need worse than that. We need the people's rope. If you smell what the Rock is cooking. Woman nearly decapitated by Luigi with a green turtle shell. Well, this is awkward. Jamie, this is for you. This is awkward. Venus, Mercury, Mars, all observably round. With basic observation that you can do. You know, with a really strong magnifying glass. They call them telescopes. You just point one up at the dang old stratosphere and you start taking you some observations. You could just lay down. and look up, you can look at that thing called the sun. I got an experiment for Jamie. Everybody let Jamie know. I'm calling you out, my boy. I got an experiment. All you got to do is one night before sunset, lay a blanket out. Call one of your lady friends over. Lay a blanket out in a field. Like in the movie Armageddon with Ben Affleck. And who was the chick in that movie? Liz. I want to say Liz something. Wasn't it Aerosmith's daughter? Anyway, put a blanket out, get a bottle of wine, and go out into a field. And I want you to lay your blanket out, and I want you to watch the sunset. On your belly. I want you to lay on your belly. Lay on your belly like this. Hold on, let me get main cam so you guys can really see what I'm doing here. I want you to lay on your belly like this. With a bottle of wine. Cool, tall glass. And I want you to sip from it with your lady friend next to you. And I want you to watch the sun set in the plains. And as soon as the last little sliver of sun is out of your vision, I want you to stand up. Be careful, because you might get dizzy. You might get dizzy and have a head rush because you've been laying down like this for a long time. But as soon as that last little sliver of sunlight goes down, I want you to stand up and look. And something crazy is going to happen. Something crazy is going to happen, and it proves the world is round. You're going to be able to see the top of the sun again. It's very simple. It's an experiment, an observation experiment that we did since we were in elementary school. Enough of that. Let's keep going. Well, this is awkward. There's Nancy Pelosi, a speaker, getting her thing torn up. That's the last. Is that the last meme I got? Oh, I got another. Facebook independent fact checkers hard at work. 2 + 2 = 3. Yes, because we're all morons. They're trying to make us all morons. We must resist. The revolution will be televised on YouTube. It is being televised. That's the memes. Do I got rapid fire news? I got lots of rapid fire news. Let's blow through these, take another quick break, and then I will talk about the Mormons. What does Robbie mean people are suspicious of me hanging out with the Mormons? I live in Salt Lake City, Utah. What the? I'll hang out with anybody. If Muslims knocked on my door and wanted to come in and talk about the Quran, I'd talk about them too. I don't like people being gatekeepers of who I hang out with. Everybody is welcome at the table. Everybody is welcome at the table until they act like a moron, except stupid people. I don't discriminate. I only discriminate against stupid people. I don't care about what walk of life you're from. I want to talk to you. I want to debate you. I want to argue with you. I want to have impassioned. That sounds gay. Pause. I want to have good debate with people who disagree with me. That's amazing. I just discriminate against dumb people. Jay, as high as a jig. Whoa. Hell, hold on. Am I allowed to say that? I think I'm allowed to say that. I'm not super high. I'm not. I'm a little high. But I am tired. I woke up early. I've been waking up early because I've been working more. Doing tree stuff. But it's okay. We're good. The earth is a round sphere. What's up, Jeff Hewitt? Dean, keep thinking that world's round. Nobody would say, if it was flat, then nobody would say it's round. I don't know. That's me. Flat can be round. Ever see a pizza? Spherical. The world is not shaped like a pizza. Oh, man. I think Dean's right on this one. Dean got you guys. If you still believing in flat earth, then that's one of them, Dean, that's one of them conspiracies that are made up to make conspiracy theorists look crazy. It's specifically designed by atheists to make Christians look stupid. And it works. It's very effective. Because even it really does. It really does make people look like morons. Jigsaw. It's effective, Dean. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Satan's smart. It's a very good trick. That's why I'm so against it, because I know what it is. It was popular in the 19th century and early, though. Right. Yeah, the elite were saying the world is flat. You can't go out there and explore. You can't go do science and observe things. We're going to restrict you from doing that. We don't want you to leave because the earth is flat. If you go out there, you're going to sail off the edge, and there's sea dragons out there. You got to watch out for the sea dragons. And that's what the elite was doing to hold down the free-thinking people of the world. And now it's being reversed. It's being flipped around because everybody figured out, oh, the world's not flat. And now they're trying to flip it around, and they're trying to make certain groups look crazy. And it's effective. It's effective. Satan's got many tricks up his sleeve, and that's one of them. That's one of them. That's Dean, while I was telling you about the conspiracies about conspiracies. How there's fake conspiracies thrown into the conspiracy theory sphere, the realm. There's fake ones that are thrown in there just to grab up the gullible, just to wrap them up, and then it makes all conspiracy theory people, all the people that the media calls conspiracy theorists, it makes them all look like crazy people, and they're specifically thrown in there just for that. So you got to watch out for them. They're like landmines. You got to watch out. It's a sphere. Blah, blah. Okay, we're not talking about flat Earth. This is the stupidest topic ever. I can't stand it. I guess it's my fault because I put a meme in there. But see, this is why it's appealing to people, because as soon as I talk about a meme about flat Earth, there's like people are talking about flat Earth in the chat. I see it. I watch it happen. I study the algorithms. It's crazy. What am I trying to do? The rapid fire news. What do I got? I just got sidetracked for 10 minutes. Open these. Yes. Let's start with the Idaho thing. Doesn't the Earth have an ice wall like a petri dish on the edges? No. Did someone say flat Earth? Y'all go destroy the Earth. Hey, let's watch some damn, what's this called? I wrote it down. I didn't write it down. Let's watch it though. Curling. This is epic. This lady's yelling. Yo, watch this. Hi. Hi. Boom. Did you see that? Let's watch this one more time. Hit instant replay. Watch this. Boom. Yo, but she knocked all her own out. But she was the only one left in the ring. I think that means she wins. I don't know. I know how to play shuffleboard, but some curling. All right, what's next? Let's watch the epic protest porn. We got protest porn. Kamehameha! Yes! We are all the same. I guess these are like vegans protesting. And so this guy is a guy, and those are two like chicken people. They say, don't eat the chicken. Listen, let me tell you something. If you don't eat chicken, there's fundamentally something wrong with your psyche. There's a problem. God put this plump little round bundle of joy on the planet, made it slow, made it unable to fly. It has wings, but it can't fly. It's plump and round. They can get so fat that they can't even walk. And he just happened to make it delicious. So, if you're not partaking, you hate God. You hate God. Bottom line. You're not mad at me. You're not mad at meat eaters. You're mad at God because he gave you such a delicious morsel. Check this out. That's like we're about to do a romance connection, LJ. We got Martin Chauforex from Argentina. He doesn't quite do this, but he does high-rise window cleanings with ropes. You know, you might want to consider my guy. Last but not least, I have another reel. So this is the police one. This is police just doing epic work. Really.
What are you talking about? Come on. Aren't you a good
Really
citizen?
just good policing. That's a little girl. Oh, she's just running away. Grab her.
Grab her? What are you talking about? Come on. Aren't you a good citizen? What do you mean?
Now, what do you guys think? Are you grabbing her? Now listen. Although I respect the cameraman's position, he wants to record a viral video. He doesn't want to get involved. I understand. I get it. To the contrary, though, if a police officer orders me to grab a small woman who's running away after committing a crime, she's getting tackled into next week. Yo, I'm about to tuck the shoulder and drive with the thighs. I'm just going to spear that chick into the nearby vehicle. I'm sorry, ladies. He told me to. The officer told me to. I'm being a good citizen. Yo, seriously, shoulder down. Let's watch that one more time. In instant replay.
What do you mean? Grab her? What are you talking about? Come on. Aren't you a good citizen? What do you mean? Grab her? What are you talking about?
There would be a giant dent
Aren't you a good citizen?
in that SUV. It's just because the officer told me. Just because the officer told me to do it. You know? Thought so. Any floor, lay down a puck and yell, sweep. Oh my God. Grab her. All right. What's next? We got rapid fire news. This is great. We got a little bit of positive stuff. What's up, Floor? Have you been watching this whole time, or are you just jumping back in? It's the same time there as it is here, huh? 8:53. Wow, a Florida wildlife photographer captured this incredible shot of a great blue heron with a baby alligator in its mouth. Great blue heron with a baby alligator in its mouth, while the angry mama gator angrily chased close behind. Look at this dang swiper, no swiping. Look at this heron scooping up this little baby. You guys see it? You see my mouse? That's a little baby gator in this heron's mouth. That's an epic photograph. That's Mother Nature. That's drinking a little bit of breast milk, you know? Just because we're men. I don't understand what Robbie said. That's beta. That's beta. If I dang old make a girl lactate, you better believe that's my milk. What is he talking about, beta? Sure, maybe he doesn't like the flavor. Robbie doesn't like the flavor. Okay, I'm going to stop picking on Robbie while he's not here. I'm drinking me some vitamin D. You about to get... I am jumping back in. Keep your live on, but work doesn't allow me to fully pay attention. I am off now. Dang, you working late. Working late tonight. Biden crime wave. So more about the crime wave from the last segment. Biden crime wave. Target reports $400 million in looting losses. $400 million from Breitbart in looting losses from Target. From dang old Target. Target's got its own security force, and they've lost $400 million. We did the story about the lady that was stealing from the self-checkout thing. Josh, what are you talking about? Oh, we've been talking about all kinds of crazy things. You missed out on all the fun, Floor. You missed out on all the fun. I was talking about how I would drink breast milk if I had a baby mama, you know? If no pick on old geezer gang. getting that overtime going. Nice. Robbie's still awake. Don't drink cow milk either. All right, so we got looting. Still $400 million in looting losses. So then we got sex scandals going on, just all kinds of debauchery. UK authorities authorize new criminal. That's redundant. UK authorities authorize. That's what they do. They're authorities. Of course, they authorize. Bad writing. UK authorities authorize new criminal charges against Kevin Spacey. Prosecutors in Britain have announced additional charges against the actor Kevin Spacey. He's still got a star in Hollywood Boulevard. Or did they take that out? Does anybody know? I know. Does anybody know? Anyway, Rosemary Ansley. Okay, I don't care about Kevin Spacey, but he's got sex charges in UK. Governor's wife grilled about fake orgasm at Harvey Weinstein rape trial. Oh, we got the Harvey Weinstein rape trial. She said his penis looked like a fish, and then they tried to make her do an orgasm on the stand. Interesting. I'm just reading the news, guys. A day after breaking down on the stand as she recounted a nightmare assault and a deformed penis, Jennifer Seibel Newsom faced an ugly cross-examination. She kind of mildly attractive, though. Harvey Weinstein's defense lawyer did not hold back Tuesday as he pressed Jennifer Seibel Newsom on her allegations that the disgraced Titan R-worded her. I can read it. I'm reading the news. Raped her in 2005, demanding she defined the word acquiesce and described the jurors how she faked an orgasm to escape. Do you understand the paradox of trying to stop a rapist by faking an orgasm? Defense attorney Mark Worksbird axed the actress, I can't read right now, and wife of California Governor Gavin Newsom at one point during the cross-examination in Los Angeles Superior Court. So basically, she described the penis. It was fish-like and a messed up penis. She's talking about, this is Gavin Newsom's wife talking about Harvey Weinstein. We're still on that for a while now. Convicted rapist faces 7 new criminal charges. She told jurors on the stand Monday that Weinstein invited her to his Peninsula Hotel in September 2005 under the guise of career development. In fact, the 48-year-old former actress and documentary filmmaker told jurors Weinstein quickly began to touch himself before engaging in a brutal cat and mouse game that included his penetrating her with his fish-like and messed up penis. Digitally penetrating her? What the hell does that mean? Like sexted her? Like he sexted her a DP? A DP? A dick pic? Digitally penetrated her? And orally assaulting her? The whole assault, she said, made her feel like this blow-up doll that he's just trying to masturbate off of. This is gross. I'm just reading the news, guys. It's Monday night, kicking the week off right. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Breast milk saved my life as a newborn. Facts. You're not a formula, baby? Good to know. I would have guessed that, LJ. Digitally means, oh, we just learned something new. You're right. Digitally means finger. Digits. Like these are your digits. Wow. He digitally assaulted her. He fingerly assaulted her digitally. Dang. That makes a lot of sense. I like that. I'm going to have to use that, so I'm going to have to digitally assault. Anyway. All right. Enough of that. Gavin Newsom. Well, Harvey Weinstein defense lawyer asked Newsom's wife to fake an orgasm in court. She mildly attractive. That would be interesting to see. I'd like to see these court documents. I'd like to investigate these court documents for research. Caterpillar fined $145,000 after a worker falls into a pot of molten iron, OSHA says. Is it the Terminator? Guys, we know Skynet is taking over. We know the Terminator is coming true, but now we got guys literally falling into pots of molten iron. That's the Terminator. Accept the cookies. Russia bans entry to 100 Canadians, including Jim Carrey. Dang. Jim Carrey ain't allowed in dang Russia no more. Man, that would suck. I would not want to be banned from Russia. My videos have been banned in Russia, but I don't want to be banned from Russia. I would go fight Ukraine if they'd send me a Russian woman. Real none of your business. Probably one of those non-English speakers. I was thinking electronic image. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking he sent her a DP. But apparently digitally assaulting means a finger bang. That worker is either dead or now he has superpowers. Facts. And Jim Carrey can't go to Canada. Along with a bunch of other people. What else? Dad was a race. Oh, we already read this, or we already listened to the clip. This is TDS in effect. Dad was a racist, misogynistic, xenophobic Donald Trump supporter. This is a girl at her dad's funeral. Ridiculous. New York Times not going to let me read this one. What is it? Oh, this is the Idaho case. So the Idaho stabbing. You know, we have a lot of gun violence. I was going to talk about it in the last segment, but it's just too much negativity. We got the Colorado shooting. We got Darrell Brooks. You know, we got so much gun violence. We got a guy who drove into a crowd, getting 762 years in prison. We got another person driving into a bunch of police officers training in California. In fact, police cadet car attack. 22-year-old arrested on murder charges. Running a car into Los Angeles police cadets, injuring 25. Wow. 25 injured in this. 25 injured in this one. In the shooting. 22-year-old man accused of plowing his vehicle in a group of Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department cadets on a run Wednesday morning has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Police announced Tuesday. 25 injured cadets remains unclear. Where's a picture of him? Los Angeles County Sheriff Nicholas Joseph Gutierrez. Oh, well, maybe not black. He a little brown. Investigators believe Gutierrez was under the influence of recreational drugs. Was it an accident? Was he just high? What happened? So we got Darrell Brooks. We got this Gutierrez guy. We got new details emerging from Idaho. Idaho stabbing victim's family says cops wasted their time looking into her ex-boyfriend who she called on the night of the murder. Basically, 4 people, 3 women and 1 guy were murdered in Idaho by knife on college campus. They put their doors unlocked. Somebody came in. There were 6 people living in a co-ed dorm type place. And somebody came in and killed 4 of them with a knife. 3 women and 1 guy was a boyfriend of one of the girls. And stabbed them to death. Stabbed 4 of them to death. Left 2 alive. The family is getting mad because the police looked into one of the residents and they wasted time, they say. But I mean, you got to look at the people who've survived, right? You got to. In the house, you survived a stabbing of 4 people to death. New details emerge. This is the story I wanted to read about the Idaho. Let's read this. 4 University of Idaho students were slain in their beds while they slept. What we know, this is crazy. Authorities looking for more leads in fatal stabbing of Idaho college students. 2 other roommates unharmed could be key to investigation. So they went after these people, questioning in them and stuff, which makes sense. They're going to be the primary suspects. But they say that they wasted time on that. They have not found this person. I heard on the news today that a dog was skinned to death like 2 or 3 weeks before in the area. They don't know if it's connected. I was listening on Hannity on the radio, and he was talking, or no, it was Buck and whatever on the radio. And he was talking to one of the key investigators into the case. She said there was a dog that was skinned. A small, like Australian Shepherd was skinned from head to toe in the same area. They don't know if it's connected. Sounds connected. You don't just happen to have a dog skinner and a people stabber hanging out in the same 2-block radius, you know? So he came up into their Idaho campus and he stabbed 4 of them to death. The guy woke up. He had defensive wounds on his wrist and his arms. I think they said 2 of the victims had some defensive wounds. One of them, I think the guy had the most defensive wounds, so he must have woke up and somebody, and they haven't found, they have no suspect. They have no suspect. 6 people living in a dorm style place, probably multiple rooms, probably maybe there was 4 rooms in a common area, and I guess I don't know if he came through the window. They said there's so much evidence, blood evidence, fingerprint evidence is going to be left behind. There's so much evidence that it could take a while to know. For sure, Brown. Gutierrez. Very sad. Yep. Not safe anywhere. And this is in Idaho. This is in a college campus in Idaho. Murder investigation, believed to have been stabbed to death while sleeping in their beds. Sunday's crime has reverberated through the college town of Moscow, a city of about 26,000 people near the Idaho-Washington state border. Hasn't had a murder in 5 years. The victims were stabbed to death in their bed and likely were asleep. She saw lots of blood on the wall when she arrived at the coroner, Latah County coroner Kathy Mabbutt told News Nation she saw lots of blood on the wall when she arrived. It has to be somebody pretty angry in order to stab 4 people to death, or just crazy. Told the victims were stabbed in the chest and upper body. Stabbed wounds on the hands of at least one victim appear to be defensive wounds. There were no signs of sexual assault. We're looking for additional tips and leads, said Aaron Shell, a spokesman for the Idaho State Police, who believe that releasing information about the locations of the victims throughout the night might generate some information. Now, where's the story about them? Man. I had a story about them texting. There was like 10 texts between the 4 of them to the same unknown person prior on the days leading up, but it's on New York Times, so I can't read it because they want me to pay them. I ain't gonna pay them. Ain't gonna happen. Cops wasted their time looking at the wrong person. I want to see that Idaho texts. 2 of the foreign. Here we go. It's from TMZ, but it was from also New York Post, but I have to pay to read that. 2 of the slain students frantically called a friend just before all 4 were slaughtered. I don't know if this is the same story that I read. It was like I think this is. Made a series of frantic calls to friends just before all 4 victims were massacred. This according to one of their relatives. So 2 of the slain made frantic phone calls. Was found butchered. Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogan, Ethan Champion, and Xana Kernodle, all 20 and 21 years old, following Sunday savage attack. That's crazy. But yeah, they don't know. Said on Friday, revealed sibling initially placed 6 calls to a pal named Jack between 2:26 and 2:44. Then Madison phoned Jack 3 times before Kaylee gave it one more shot. Jack apparently never answered. Also Friday, the Moscow Police Department and Latah County Coroner released new details on the probe. The victims were each stabbed several times as they awoke from their sleep. Some of them had defensive wounds, none had sexual assault. Police believe the 2 surviving roommates did not participate in the slayings and were also sleeping at the time. How do you sleep through 4 people getting stabbed to death? Luckily, the pair escaped unharmed, but they did not call 911 for whatever reason. The name of the 911 caller who phoned police 9 hours after the murder has not been publicly released. This is going to be one of them murder mysteries for a while. This is going to be a new thing to captivate the murder junkies, you know? As we reported, investigators believe the attack was targeted but have not pinpointed an exact motive. They have been searching high and low for the murder weapon, a combat knife similar to the one used by Sylvester Stallone character in Rambo, a K-bar. There's a K-bar. A Scream knife, a K-bar. Just like Scream. That's what Buck said. He said it sounds like Scream. It sounds like the movie Scream. It's crazy. All right. And the Power Ranger guy died. Tommy. Jason David Frank played Tommy. The Green Ranger passed away from suicide. Nothing really crazy suspicious about this one. We don't have to put him on that list. Actually, Jamie, I don't know about Jamie's list. Maybe he goes on that list. But on the list that I'm talking about, the COVID list, the strange cardiac arrests in young people, on that list, I don't think he makes it on. He killed it. He offed himself. Sad story. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Dedicate. Shout out. Shout out Tommy. R.I.P. Green Ranger. R.I.P. and Green Ranger. He played the Black Ranger. Tells TMZ he was an inspiration. No. I want to know about it. Actor and mixed martial artist died in Texas, according to his rep. Best known as Tommy Oliver, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Dedicate. Shout out. I don't want to watch your ad.
For Marvel Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. Eat sold separately.
Focus your mind as well as your body.
Suicidality is a problem. It's a problem. Doubt your thoughts. Get out of your head. Don't live in your mind.
Who is he? I don't know.
Copyright strike from dang old Green Ranger. This is so staged. Yeah, it's Power Rangers. It wasn't like a real battle. That's Tommy. All right. Last but not least, the Artemis mission. The Artemis space mission. I'm not going to look too much into it. Historic art. I need to look up. Historic Artemis 1 mission is just the beginning. It's lunar journey.
What if you were a global?
I don't want another ad. I don't want another ad. That show. Great show. Power Rangers was epic. Let's watch this clip about the Artemis mission. Supposedly it was supposed to land on the moon today. I have not looked into it.
2, 1. Boosters ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Whoa. No, I love Kung Fu movies. Sad. Comes with most potential scene to end it themselves. 3 times. Warning, heads up, we detected copyright audio. We might go down, guys. We might go down. I don't know if it's the... the Power Rangers thing or this. Space mission is an awesome living history. Yeah, I know. We're going to finally land on the moon. For the first time, we're going to land on the moon. And a woman's going to do it. I think the copyright was Tommy. Were you aware of the show Indian Space Rocket? That was funny. Never heard of that one. So did it land today? This is from CNN, but I don't know if it's going to let me play it. NASA expects humans to live on the moon this decade. Humans could stay on the moon for lengthy periods during this decade. Howard who leads... I mean, I don't think it's that historic. I think it's the modern day Tower of Babel. I think it's a flawed goal. It's kind of pointless. But I don't think we're going to be living on the moon in 10 years. I could be wrong. But it is cool that we're finally going to land on the moon. You know? Definitely the Power Rangers. He told Sunday with Laura Kuensberg, Wednesday's launch of the Artemis rocket, which carries Orion, was a historic day for human spaceflight. Orion is currently about 143 kilometers from the moon. Orion spacecraft aces close moon flyby and crucial engine burn. Now, see, why would NASA videos be copyrighted? I must have been getting hit by the... It's near. I think they'll have it up by tomorrow with the full update. They made it to close orbit so far. Ridiculous to want to go to the moon. Yeah, I really don't get it. And I don't even have
Be the first to see Puss in Boots.
Puss in Boots. Puss in Boots. That's a bad word. Didn't we talk about that the other day on a stream? Pussyfooting. You're allowed to say pussyfooting. You're allowed to say Puss in Boots. But you're not allowed to say it in other context.
Orion spacecraft from the solar array wing with the moon in the distance of the screen.
I don't know if it's going to let me.
The Earth in the distant frame of the screen and the moon up close. Again, we are
going to land
now
on the
less
moon.
than
A woman is going to
2,000
do it.
miles
How do I
away
give this
from
2
the
thumbs
moon,
up?
but over
It's going to happen. It's
200,000
happening.
miles
Here,
away
watch this,
from
guys.
Earth.
I'll be right back. Got to take a last quick break, and then we'll talk about the Mormons.
Orion started its journey 5 days ago from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where it launched aboard the Space Launch System. Orion has been traveling to the moon ever since, performing checkouts of its systems, as this is an uncrewed test flight. It's critical that NASA tests out the hardware and systems aboard Orion ahead of flying a crew on board Artemis 2.
Be the first to see Puss in Boots. Trust me. At a special sneak preview this Saturday. Lift your tail and relax. Trust me, I run hot. Puss in Boots. Rated PG. Sneak previews this Saturday. Get tickets now at pussinbootsmovie.com.
All right. Know that. Sorry, we lost some people. They landed the opposite side of the flat planet Earth, the elephant side. Thank you, Stubborn One, for that. Somebody said we about to go in on Joseph Smith. Yes, sir, we are. Why are they sending women? Does the moon need swept and cleaned? The aliens need dinner made. Okay, this video is incredibly boring. So yeah, they're gonna land on the moon again. They're supposed to land today. NASA launches Artemis capsule, flies by moon en route to record breaking lunar orbit. Are they gonna land on it or what? Regional lunar orbit. I thought they were supposed to land today. I guess they haven't. Interesting. Interesting. All right. Let me check out what I was sent by Real None Your Business real quick. And then we'll start talking about deep dive into the Mormon religion. Let's I want to watch that. India Bottle Rocket.
Karma is a smart shopping app that
No.
saves you so much money.
And instructional appointments. He has served at the Infantry School Mao, was director in Perspective Planning Directorate.
This is 6 hours long.
Chairman in space.
I'm not watching that. It's 6 hours long. Holy crap. Anyway, let's move on. Last segment of the show, guys. I'm about to try. This is for all the LDS out there, all the Mormons out there. We're going to try to red pill you today over the blue pill. I don't want to be hating on Mormons because, you know, we are brothers in Christ, even though they have some major doctrinal differences between their Christ and the Christ of the Bible. And so the missionaries came over and I talked with them. Let me pull up my articles that I have. So we're just going to do a deep dive into Mormonism. And we had a good conversation. It was cool. I have all sorts of things that we're about to talk about today that I didn't get to talk about with them because they were in a hurry and they wanted to do their spiel, their sales spiel, their pitch, which is Nephi 1 through 6. I think we read First Nephi 1 through 6, or First Nephi 1 verses 1 through 6, which I'll read that, what I read with them. Was it First Nephi or Second Nephi? Might have been Second Nephi. And now it came to pass, after I, Nephi, had made an end of teaching my brethren, our father Lehi also spake many things unto them and rehearsed unto them and how great things look. Is this what I'm looking for? Concerning the land of promise. I don't think that's the first. But anyway, what we talked about is the first thing I brought up to them is that a large portion of the Book of Mormon, dang it, I had it marked. Now I lost my mark. 30% of Isaiah is quoted in the Book of Mormon, in Nephi. 18 chapters quoted from Isaiah, King James Version Bible, possibly 478 verses plagiarized. Exactly. So I asked them about this. I said, well, first off, a large chunk of your book is just straight up taken from this book. Okay. Because my whole point to them was, we don't need this. We have this. We have the Bible. We don't need the Book of Mormon. And so I said, my first point, a large chunk of the Bible is just copied. And I don't like the word plagiarize because it like denotes negativity, like somebody was trying to do it harmfully. And, you know, I didn't want to say this to them, but I do think Joseph Smith, even if he didn't think it was ill intent, he had ill intent. He maybe didn't know that he was a false prophet. And my whole big thing with the Mormon religion, they're good people. They're great people. Their book works because their book is just basically a rewriting of this book. And I told them, and the missionaries said they were surprised when I said this because with the verses we read, the first 6 verses of Nephi, which they use when they present to people, is all about how the Jews were wrong. It's very, oh man, I need to find it. Was it First Nephi 1? It might have been the very beginning. I mean, that would make sense, right? But that was to answer their question. Man. Yeah. Yeah, I make a record in the language of my father, which consists of the learning of the Jews and the language of the Egyptians. Anyway, he talks about how basically the words of Isaiah were confusing. And the people of those time understood them, but my people don't understand them. The Levites, or whatever Joseph Smith's people were, or he's translating from Moroni. I just need to pull up the articles. I'm getting because I don't have like somebody bouncing back stuff to me. So there's a lot of anti-Jew stuff. Basically, they're saying the Jews are wrong, which is the same thing that the Quran says. I have the Quran over there, and I told them this, and they're like, we've heard this a lot before. I said, yeah, Joseph Smith was a lot like Muhammad. They both went out on their own. They both claimed to have seen an angel that told them the other religions were wrong, and this is the new religion. And they're like, yeah, we've heard that a lot before. But so we have the plagiarism issue. The way they covered that, the way they answered that is that in the first 6 verses that I can't find right now, or the first 6 verses of one of the chapters of Nephi, basically he says, I'm copying the words of Isaiah, but I'm making them simpler for my people because they don't understand that old language. I was like, oh, so the way he explains that he took from the Bible is just by saying, hey, I'm about to take from the Bible. I don't know if that justifies it, but anyway, I have a bunch of little things in here. So one of the big things, they say in 2nd Nephi 25, wait, 2nd Nephi 26, 23, 25, 23, whatever. For we labor diligently to write, to persuade our children and also our brethren to believe in Christ and to be reconciled to God. For we know that it is by grace that we are saved after all we can do. This is like one of the biggest issues. The Mormon religion is very works-based. By grace we are saved after all we can do. This is basically taken straight out of Ephesians 2, 8, and 9. For by grace we are saved through faith, but not of works, lest any man should boast. So they basically took what the Bible says, but they twisted it, they changed it. And I told them, I was like, when they left, I was like, you guys, I got to leave you with something. I know you've probably heard it before, but I got to leave you with the very last page of the Bible, the very last little verses of the Bible. This little section right here in Revelations. This is Revelations 22, 18, and 19. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city and from the things that are written in this book. So it tells you right there, don't add or remove from the scripture. And they went with the old well, we know the Bible's been translated a lot. This is what the Mormons will tell you. We only believe the Bible insofar as much as it's translated correctly. And I shut that argument down real quick. I said, nope, that's a bad argument. That's a bad argument. Because what they pretend is that it's a telephone game. That translation is a telephone game. It's like, the game of telephone that you play when you're a kid where you get told a message and you whisper it in your friend's ear and then you whisper it in their friend's ear and it keeps going down the line. And by the end, the message is totally different. That's not what translation is. That's what they paint it as. So in reality, a translation, we have the original manuscripts. So when King James Version was written, and I'm not a King James only thumper. We've done a whole segment on different Bible translations. I am not a King James only thumper, but the King James was written with the Textus Receptus. We only had 6 to 8 manuscripts when this was written. Now we have 14,000 plus manuscripts. And there's not a problem with that, but we have the original manuscript. So if you learn Greek, you can see the Bible, untranslated in its raw form. We have the manuscripts, and a translation goes off of those and then translates it. Now, some translations, some versions of the Bible, the way they translate it is looser, some is tighter. Some is good, some is bad. We've talked about that before. Watch the episode about Bible translations if you want to learn more about that. I kind of felt the same way, immediately dismissed the Book of Mormon too. Yeah, most of it is copied out of the Bible and also Native American lore and stories and stuff. Let me pull up my articles and we'll stop. But the biggest thing is that they put works over grace. And that's a problem. Now, we do believe in Christianity that faith without works is dead, because if you have faith, if you have true faith, you will automatically do the works. Whereas they kind of flip it in the Mormon religion. You need to do the works to get to the higher ranks of heaven, the higher rings of heaven. And that's a problem. Bookmarks, let's see. Open on incognito window. Yeah, let's do this first. So this is kind of like a negative article. We're going to read from both sides and I've talked to the missionaries. I know how they explain it. So we'll try to really get a full view of it. But this is a PowerPoint. We're just going to read the beginning of it. Who are the Mormons and why did they decide to head west? To understand who the Mormons were and why they were unpopular in the East, let's see. Let's skip all this. Background information. The Mormons were a religious group. Full name, Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints, who were followers of Joseph Smith. He claimed in the 1820s an angel visited him and told him about 2 buried gold plates written on in an old language. He dug up and translated these plates. No one else was allowed to see them, and this became the Book of Mormon. Most other Christians shunned this new rival religion, and he and his early followers faced hostility. It was called contemptible gibberish. He originally only had 5 followers, but soon had several hundred. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do the Joseph. No, I'm kidding, guys. I'm not going to start a church. I'm not going to start a cult. Smith was very charismatic, but we might start an army or a kingdom. Smith or a commune. Smith was very charismatic, but many people suspected he was a fraud. He decided he and his followers would go to Kirtland in Ohio, where they would form a community. By 1831, there were over 1,000 Mormons. They worked hard and soon established a bank, mill, and printing press. By 1837, when economic depression hit, their bank collapsed. Non-Mormons lost money too and were angry. The Mormons were chased out. In Missouri, which is their Zion, they relocated to Missouri and were no more popular there. It was a slave state, and the Mormons were anti-slavery and also, that's nice, they were racist. Don't believe me? Here, let's read this. Let's read right into the lesson. This is where you don't get the wrong idea. And I don't believe in racism. I don't believe racism is a thing. But let's read about white and delightsome. Why can't I find it? The fall was necessary. They believe that, yeah, there's more things. We'll get into that. These are doctrinal differences in Christianity that I took notes of for the Mormons, but I might have pulled white and delightsome out of here. I can't find it. Man, where'd it go? I don't know. But basically it says one of these verses in here. I had it marked down 3 hours. They said Jesus was on the cross for 3 days of darkness, and it was only 3 hours. It says that in 3 places throughout the Bible, but they changed it. Just another small difference. I can't find white and delightsome. It's one of the best parts in the Book of Mormon. Basically, they say that black people have black skin because they were cursed by God. But if you become Mormon over time, your skin will become lighter. So they were anti-slavery, but they still didn't let different races into the church. And also sympathetic to the Native Americans, whatever. This is also sympathetic. No, this is bullcrap. Mormon property was destroyed in a riot, and the Mormons were held responsible, and Smith was imprisoned. He released to the understanding he and his followers move again. So they ended up leaving. It's in here. There's a map. They travel. Here we go. Most famous, these stones, Urim and Thummim, were used by Joseph Smith as lenses and glasses. Yep. He had to have a seeing stone, and these plates weighed 400 pounds each, and he dragged them by himself, and then somehow he deciphered them from in a hat. I don't know how they got into the hat. Yeah, 1 and press 2 if you want. Oh God. Where's the map at? Anyway, there's maps in here. Here's their pilgrimage. I don't know if you guys will be able to see that, but they came from New York. They came down here, into Missouri, and then they ended up going to Utah, to this little spot right here, which was Mexican territory at the time. They got chased out of America, basically because of polygamy and heresy. No, I've read they were 400 pounds. Anyway, so yeah, there's a PowerPoint. It's all about it. We're not going to read into that. Mormonism versus Christianity. Let's look at the differences between the two. Let's read this. Mormons consider themselves to be Christians, but Mormonism has historically had an uneasy relationship with traditional Christianity and its branches such as the Roman Catholic Church, Eastern Orthodox Church, and most branches of Protestantism. This is primarily due to the fact that adherents to Mormonism claim that the movement is a restoration of the earliest Christian and Judaic doctrines. Mormonism is considered to have branched from Christianity but differs in certain beliefs. According to the Latter-day Saints, Mormonism and Christianity are identical. Wrong. Mormonism restores and perfects Christianity. However, traditional Christianity regards Mormonism as a departure from Christianity or a corruption of it. Yeah, they said Jesus came to America, and and Zion is in Missouri, and the first people were in Illinois. Let's watch the clip we got. We got a clip from South Park just to give you an idea of. But we'll get it translated.
Really is translating off of golden plates, then he'll be able to do it again.
And
but if Joseph
before anybody says, "Well, this is South Park," no, this is a story. This is a known story. It's probably in here in the history of Joseph Smith. It's probably in here. They know this story. South Park. All right. Anyway, so he retranslates it again, and it's and he's like, "Wait, so that just proves that he was lying?" And they're like, "No, it doesn't." I got cheated. They took us straight to the pool. I deserve a blue cigarette. JS, sell a wrench for a pack. You do deserve a blue wrench. You want a blue wrench, Raymond? It's been a while since we did a promotion. Raymond's always here. Let's do a. There you go, Raymond. It's been a while since we got a new mod. And you're always here. So there you go. But all your different alts don't get wrenches. Yeah. So Mormonism started in the 1800s, according to Latter-day Saints. Here's some of the comparisons between Christianity and Mormonism. Roman province of Judas, upstate New York. Mormonism started in New York. Idols are not accepted. Depictions of the life of Christ and other saints are acceptable. Art for representation of a story, not for idolatry. Uses of statues and pictures in Catholic and Orthodox churches. See, but see, I don't really like this thing because the Bible says we should not have engraven images. So that, and this is what I told the missionaries, that there's a lot of things we agree on. There's a lot of things I agree with about that Mormons believe that most Christians will call me a heretic for. Like Mormons don't believe in the Trinity. I don't believe in the Trinity. I believe that's a Catholic lie. And it's meant to deceive us. That's one of them tricks. That's Satan throwing his wrench. But the Mormons don't believe in the Trinity, so I agree with them on that. But my biggest problem with the Mormon religion is their prophet, and we'll get to that shortly. Joseph Smith, founder, Jesus Christ restored the church that he created. Anciently, revelation to Joseph Smith spoke directly as the vision. In the beginning, God was with God, and the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was Word, and the Word was Word, and was Word. Was the Word, was the Word, was the Word. Yep. Is that your way of saying I'm a Trinitarian? John 1:1. Yeah, it's no. They asked Jesus if he was God. He said no. He said, "Don't call me God." So I'm going off what Jesus said. I'm not going off of some strange poetic, abstract statement that John wrote. I'm going off what Jesus said. And Jesus said he's not God. Don't call him God. And I'm finally with my ninjas. Now, in the beginning was the Word. The Word was God. The Word was with God. And the Word. So that's the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. But it doesn't say that they are God. God was God. And then the Word was with God. And then the Son, which is Jesus, was with God. Was with God. Like it's a if that's all you got, let me get the verses. John 1:1. I just told you. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. That's the verse. You don't have to get the verse. I know the verse. I'm the Bible thumper. But if that's all you got, if you want to go to John 19, if you want to go to something that wasn't actually in the Teptus Receptus, that just popped up out of nowhere in the 1400s when Erasmus was writing the King James Version of the Bible, there's one verse in here that you can find to try to prove me wrong, and it was not in It was not in any of the original texts. It popped up in 1400s when King James was rushing Erasmus to translate the Textus Receptus. I know what I'm talking about, my friend. And I know about the Council of Nicaea, and I know how the elites made people believe in the Trinity. And that's the problem that and this is what, modern day Christians will call you a heretic for this, but guess what? When they started this, they were the heretics. I will dig with the clover, 3 parts, 1 body. The Catholics are right. I will dig. You can dig. But anyway, you can dig. You ain't gonna get it. I can find more to prove to you that the Trinity's fake than you can find to support it in the Bible. Lorenzo Snow said, "As man now is, God once was. As God now is, man may be." Lorenzo Snow worked with Joseph Smith, and then Joseph. So he said, "As man now is, God once was. As God now is, man may be." So this is not in. This is one of my big problems with the Book of Mormon. This is not in any of their doctrine, but then Joseph Smith replied, "That is a true gospel doctrine, and it is a revelation from God to you." Joseph Smith taught this doctrine in 1844. So, you claiming Jesus's word is fake then, as Muslims say that? What do you mean Jesus's word is fake? No, Jesus said he's not God. So I'm claiming that Jesus's word is correct. I'm claiming that you're saying the opposite of what Jesus said, and it's not in the Bible. So, but you can interpret it. You can take it and try to twist it, interpret it to make the Trinity make sense, which is what they did. They dumbed it down. They said, "Well, we have an argument. We have an argument about this Trinity, or about the divinity of Christ, basically." Now, I believe Christ was divine. He's the Son of God. He was a perfect man, and if you're a perfect man, you are divine. You are a son of God, and God is you, and you are God. Not that you become God, but you. It's like when it says he and his Father were one. I and my Father are one. Doesn't mean I'm God. Who was with Daniel in the lion's den? God, sounds like L. Ron Hubbard and Joseph Smith have a lot in common. Facts, Butch. Facts. All right. Christianity versus Mormonism differences. I mean, the Son was with God from the beginning. Jesus was always there. He just isn't God. We're not, this isn't is it monotheistic or polytheistic? The extra one appearing in the lion's den was Jesus. Okay, so how does that prove Jesus was God? Anyway, this isn't what the show's about. I've done a whole show. I think I've done a whole show how biblically the Trinity is wrong, and it's actually deceptive, because we are commanded to be perfect as Christ is perfect. And if you think you can be perfect like God, then you're wrong. Jesus said, "I'm not God. Why do you call me God? You can do greater things, and I command you to be perfect as I am perfect." So you think God is commanding you to be perfect as God is perfect? That's atheistic. That's basically Satan whispering in your ear, because that means you think you can be like a God. You can't be like a God. You can't be perfect like God. You can be perfect like our perfect example of God in man, which was Jesus, which is the Son of God. Yeah. Anyway, we're not gonna do the whole show on this real none of your business. If you wanna talk about it sometime, you can call in and debate it with me, but you're gonna lose. Joseph Smith. This article is about the founder of the Latter-day Saints movement. For other reasons, see Joseph Smith. Joseph Smith Jr. was an American religious leader and founder of Mormonism and the Latter-day Saint movement. When he was 24, Smith published the Book of Mormon. By the time of his death 14 years later, he had attracted tens of thousands of followers and founded a religion that continues to the present with millions of global adherents. So he was a beast. He was a beast at what he did. Smith was born in Sharon, Vermont by 1817. He had moved with his family to Western New York, the site of the... I mean, if you want to be polytheistic, that's fine. I'm a monotheist. I'm on this side. The site of intense religious revivalism. The Mormons are polytheistic too. They believe there could be limitless gods, that we can all become gods. During the Second Great Awakening, Smith said he experienced a series of visions, including one in 1820, during which he saw two personages whom he eventually described as the God the Father and Jesus Christ. And in 1823, in which an angel directed him to a buried book of golden plates inscribed with a Judeo-Christian history of an ancient American civilization. In 1830, Smith published what he said was an Egyptian translation of these plates called the Book of Mormon. The same year, he organized the Church of Christ, calling it a restoration of the early Christian church. Members of the church were later called Latter-day Saints or Mormons, and Smith announced a revelation in 1838 that renamed the church as the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. Yeah, the revelation was that they didn't like the Mormons, so they wanted to revitalize it. And then later, they started calling themselves Christians. Originally, they went by Saints or Mormons, and this has kind of been hidden from the history. If you read the Mormon history, they've kind of tried to hide this from the history and change it. Joseph Smith was against Christianity. He said Christians were wrong. He said Catholics were wrong. He said Muslims were wrong. He said everybody was wrong, but he had the truth. He had the restored, like the Bible was right, but none of the religions were right. And so he said it was restored, and he rewrote this new book, adding a whole bunch of the Bible, taking a lot from the Bible, taking stuff from Native American stuff and Egyptology. We're about to talk about the Pearl of Great Price, which he wrote also. Let's see, what else do we got? Conclusions about Mormonism. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirits, whether they have God, because many false prophets have gone out into the world. Yep, the Bible tells us all about false prophets repeatedly to avoid the wolves in sheep's clothing. Lots of verses about false prophets. The first Mormon prophet, Joseph Smith, was arrested and convicted in New York and was found guilty of being a con artist, an imposter. He was a necromancer and a charlatan. This conviction was 4 years before he published the Book of Mormon. Yeah. And his mom was a soothsayer, like a crystal reader, and his dad was a treasure hunter. Court documents prove he was a convicted criminal. I mean, I don't necessarily believe that that's a reason to discredit. I don't think he's a prophet. I think Jesus was the last true prophet. But, you know, just because he was a criminal doesn't mean he can't spread the truth. But he wasn't spreading the truth. But I'm just saying that, like, that doesn't instantly discredit him, somebody being a criminal. My Lord knew no sin. Jesus led a sinless life. 1 Peter 2:21-22. For you were called because Christ also suffered for us, leaving us an example that you should follow his steps, who committed no sin, nor was deceit found in his mouth. So I guess they're testing his validity as a prophet because Jesus was perfect and he was not, but I don't know. I don't know what this is from, non-denominational Christianity. The Mormons asked me what denomination I was. I said, well, I used to say non-denominational Christian, but now that's a denomination. So I don't even want to, I can't even say non-denominational Christian. Basically, I'm just a Christian. I'm just a Christian. I believe we should all agree. And the reason that we don't agree on these things is because Satan whispers in our ear. And I think somebody's right and somebody's wrong. And our goal is to find that out before we die. And the only instructions we got are right here. And, you know, if you read this, I don't know how you can believe in free will or the Trinity. And those are two of the biggest doctrinal differences. Speaking in tongues, you know, Presbyterians will speak in tongues. Mormons used to believe in polygamy. They don't anymore. These are doctrinal differences that I don't really think affect the big picture, but things like the Trinity and free will, these are very important that we get this right before we die. And in my opinion, free will is an atheist idea, is a satanic idea. And the Trinity is also, it's not in itself a satanic idea, but if Jesus said we have to be perfect as he is perfect, and you believe Jesus is God, then you might as well just kill yourself. Go to hell. Go suffer and die somewhere. Because your example of the perfect man is a God. You're worshiping. No, I mean, I don't worship Jesus. I worship God. But my example of a perfect man, if he's a God, then I'm trying to be like God. I can't be like God. None of us are going to be like God. Just end it. Just it ain't going to work out for you. So that's how I feel about it. How the book of Abraham exposes the false nation of Mormonism. Let's get into the pearl of great price. Actually, we'll save that for last. What are the key differences between Christianity and Mormonism? God's smart. Without him, Jesus wouldn't have come here. So God is still the numero uno focus. The miracle of a triune God is partially belief. I don't know what that means. Can you not pray and worship Jesus? How do you believe you get to heaven then? I follow Jesus and I believe in God. Let's not be What are the differences between Mormonism and Christianity? Those are all very simple questions. Probably the same way you believe. The same way you think. I just don't think Jesus is God. Jesus said he's not. Just because Jesus said he's not God, that's why I don't think that. I don't think he's a liar. You think Jesus was a liar? I don't think Jesus was a liar. What are the key differences between Mormonism and Christianity? Mormonism is everywhere. The Republican nominee for president is a Mormon. That they're talking about Romney back in the day. This is old. There's a play on Broadway about the Book of Mormon. Yeah, it's written by the guys who made South Park. Mormonism puts a heavy burden on works on its followers. Although there are some passages that talk about grace and free salvation, the overwhelming emphasis the Mormon scriptures is on earning salvation through obedience to commandments and refraining from sin. For example, Alma 5:27 says, "Have you walked keeping yourself blameless before God? Could ye say, if you are called to die at this time within yourself, that ye have been sufficiently humble?" The next passage says, "You must be entirely stripped of pride, or you cannot meet God." Moroni 10:32 says, "Yea, come unto Christ and be perfected in him, and deny yourselves of all ungodliness. And if ye shall deny yourself of all ungodliness and love God with all your might, mind, and strength." See, this stuff is just taken, it's just from the Bible, but they just slightly changed it. Love God with all your might, mind, and strength. Love God with all your heart, soul, and might, along with nothing else, is what the Bible says. Then his grace is sufficient for you. God may have provided an opportunity for salvation through the death of Jesus according to Mormonism, but you have to keep all the commandments and follow the ordinances to reach the highest level of heaven. Different levels of heaven. Now, the Bible does say that we will be rewarded based off of our rewards in heaven will be based off of our works. I think it does say that in there. Could be wrong about that. The view of faith in the Mormon scriptures differs from the Bible. Humans have the potential to achieve godhood if they follow Mormon's teaching. There is no original sin. See, I do believe in original sin. They believe that the fall was necessary. They believe the fall was necessary and that it had to happen, which is almost Calvinistic, I believe. I think that's Calvinistic, that God already knows all the outcomes, so that when bad things happen, they have to happen. They're supposed to happen. Like God knew the outcome. So we're kind of all just like robot, mindless zombies. It's very Calvinistic, but damn, my eyes are heavy. I've been waking up early and working too much. They're getting watery because of this light, because my light is out. All right, where is it? For by grace, not for by grace we are saved through faith, but what separates all religion is who they believe Jesus is. Right. And the Mormons believe Jesus is the Son of God. The problem is they believe in a different God than I believe in. Right? Because if you change, so here's what I always said. If I started the official Michael Jackson fan, let's say, I usually say Michael Jordan, but I just said Michael Jackson because he's dead. Let's go Michael Jordan. I start the official Michael Jordan fan club, right? And we come out with the official Michael Jordan fan club guidebook with all the data on Michael Jordan. It has Michael Jordan's autobiography. It has everything you need to know about Michael Jordan is in this book. And it's all verified. And it is the only official resource that Michael Jordan himself approved. And then all of a sudden, and then Michael Jordan dies, or he's not there, vocally to oversee it. and he kind of leaves it to his biggest followers, his disciples, the people who wrote the book, the people who put the book together, the people who got his consent, the people who got, the authority to write this book about him and make the official Michael Jordan fan club book, the official book. And then he's gone. 100 years later, somebody else comes out with the official abridged version of the Michael Jordan fan club book. And it changes some of the things about Michael Jordan's life. Is it an official? Are they welcome to the club? Are they allowed in the club? Are they allowed in the official Michael Jordan fan club? What do you think? I say no. It's an exclusive club. We got rules. You got to follow these rules. You can't go changing it. You can't go having a Council of Nicaea in 325 and just start throwing this Trinity stuff in there that it was never in there before, and we just added in 300 years after Jesus has died. You can't do that. It's not allowed. That's called heresy. But then I get called a heretic because I'm just going off of the base text. I'm just going off of what it says. The base text. You're going off of stuff that elites added in 300 years later at a council, at this dark, shadowy, like probably Masonic council where they all got together and they're all these elite people. And they're like, oh, we're going to settle this argument. Is John 14:28 the one that says, I think that's the one. I'm pretty sure that's it. I thought it was John 19. Oh, that's not what I thought it was. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to look up all those verses. Real none of your business. Trust me, I do this. I do this. But you didn't find the one that that I expected you to come with. I think it's like John 19:8. I'm not going to find it right now because that's not what the show's about. So the Mormons believe there's no original sin. They believe that the fall had to happen for the joy of life, because family and having children is the joy of life in the Mormon religion. But if we read the Bible, that contradicts the Bible, because the Bible says that it was a punishment. It was a punishment. Painful childbearing. All of these things were a punishment for the fall. You're not the only one. I don't agree at all on that. But weren't people living 300 years or something crazy at that time also? No, that's way farther back, Dean. That's not. We're talking AD 320, or is it 325? I always get the years mixed up. Somewhere in the 3rd and 4th century is when they had the Council of Nicaea. Constantine held it, and it was basically to decide the argument between the divinity of Christ. Now, the problem is they assumed that people were too dumb to say that God is God and Jesus is the Son of God and Jesus is also divine, but he's not God. They didn't think people were smart enough to figure that out, so they made up this thing called the Trinity. It just pulled it. It was a total ass pull. It's what we call in the anime world an ass pull. When somebody just totally makes up something that leaves all sorts of plot holes, it's bad. It's bad writing. It's God the Father has a physical body. The Mormons believe that. The Mormons also believe that God had a wife, and that Jesus and Satan are brothers, and humans and Jesus and Satan and angels were all brothers and sisters. We're all God's children. This differs from the Bible. The Bible does call the angels God's children and the humans God's children, but they're definitely separate. Satan is a fallen angel. He's not Jesus's brother. But I want to know that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins. I think that the Son of Man has authority on earth to forgive sins. I don't know. Sean McDowell, a professor in Christian apologetics. That's what I'm into, is Christian apologetics. So I like talking to Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons and Muslims and Black Hebrew Israelites and trying to do Christian apologetics to kind of convert them. I like doing a Christian apologetics to the Trinitarians. It's a mess. It's a polytheistic mess. So I do apologetics to the Trinitarians as well. Did the LES leaders claim Christians were no longer present? Anyway, let's skip this. 9 things you should know about Mormonism. We've learned enough about Mormonism. Let's get into the Pearl of Great Price and then the Mountain Meadows Massacre. A little bit on Joseph Smith's parents. Lucy Mack Smith. She was a stone seer. She was very religious. Apparently, his father, Joseph Smith Sr., was not so religious. He was a treasure hunter, construction, farmer. Did Brigham Young attempt to suppress and destroy all copies of Lucy Mack Smith's biographical sketches of Joseph Smith because it contained information which would embarrass the church? It is claimed that Brigham Young inserted the reference to Joseph Smith's first vision into Lucy's book. So she had written different than what the final copy of her autobiography said because Brigham Young changed it. Critics also try to prove that the silence of Joseph Smith's mother and siblings in her history proved that the first vision did not take place and is later fabrication by Joseph Smith and not well known to the early members of the church. That's his mama. That's Joseph Smith's mama. And where's the one article? Here we go. The Book of Abraham. Let's look at the last little bit I got here. There are a lot of other things. Come to Minneapolis. Orthodox Somali Muslims. I support them. Sadly, protesting abortion clinics is outlawed in Minneapolis now. Oh, my bad if you disagree. I always say hi to the homegirl. Trinity or it contradicts God. Okay, well, show me where it says Trinity in the Bible. I always say hi to the homegirls protesting abortion and give them water and Gatorade. Come to Minneapolis. Orthodox Somali Muslims. No, I'm good. All right. So last but not least, we're going to talk about the Pearl of Great Price, which Joseph Smith Wright wrote. Man, my eyes are watering so much. I think it's this light that I have pointed at my face. It's a old light. Look, an old ass light. Old ass light. That light bulb is probably like 20 years old. It's from my house in Florida. I never use it, but this light is out, so I've been using that lamp. That lamp was just there for decoration. I don't use it. But the bulbs that are from when I was a kid in Florida and the old lights, I'm not used to that light. It's crazy we're used to this blue light now. My eyes are like watering like crazy. What was I gonna say? So yeah, they think God had a wife. That's why they're all about family. What was the last thing? Oh, the Pearl of Great Price. Okay, so how the Book of Abraham exposes the false nature of Mormonism. The Book of Abraham is part of the Pearl of Great Price, which is in this. This is a 3-in-1. This has the Doctrines and Covenants, the Pearl of Great Price. Anyway, what happened was I just tore my Book of Mormon. So I think the facsimiles are in here. Joseph Smith. Don't laugh. They get hated on in Chicago. Like it's their wife, the Santa Monica. They will debate with you. Yeah, I bet they would. Okay. Let's just read this. I've repeatedly described my simultaneous investigation. I'm not going to read all this. I'm just going to tell you what it says. So, the Mormons got a hold of this Egyptian hieroglyph and 4 mummies. And there were 4 mummies. And Joseph Smith said, I'm the only one who can read this. Now, this is before the Rosetta Stone was discovered. So, you see this image. I don't know if I can blow it up. So, this image here is one of the hieroglyphs. Anyway, they gathered a bunch of money. They bought the scrolls and the mummies from this museum. They don't know how to translate hieroglyphs, but he said, God's calling me. God's telling me that these are, you know, for my religion. This is for Mormonism. This is Moroni. So those are the hieroglyphs that he got. Notice how the head is missing from this guy here, and this section is missing here. And now look at this head of the person on the table. Now let's look at the facsimile. This is what is right here in this Book of Mormon. This is what Joseph Smith came up with. Now, remember, in the hieroglyph, the head section was torn off, and this section was torn off. There was like a V that came down right through here, remember? So somebody in this Book of Mormon, somebody being Joseph Smith, drew in this head, and it looks like they just kind of based it off of this head. And then they drew in this giant knife in his hand. And then there's 1 and 2, and he writes, there's numbers. He put numbers all over it. You can't see him very well. See, it says 3, 2, 1. See how there's numbers all over it? So Joseph Smith says figure 1 is the angel of the Lord. So this bird thing is the angel of the Lord. Figure 2 is Abraham fastened upon an altar. So this is Abraham. Figure 3 is the idolatrous priest of Elkanah attempting to offer up Abraham as a sacrifice. So this is similar to the Abraham and Isaac story, except they flipped it to where Joseph Smith says this idolatrous priest Elkanah, who's never mentioned in the Bible, and this happened in America, I guess, in Missouri, was going to sacrifice Abraham. And he goes on to label what all these things are. The idolatrous god of Elkanah, Libnah, Makatra, Porash, and Pharaoh. Figure 10 is Abraham in Egypt. I don't understand how that's Abraham in Egypt. But anyway, later, we got what's called the Rosetta Stone. And we learned how to translate Egyptian hieroglyphs. And we could compare this, Egyptologists can compare this to other hieroglyphs in Egypt from the same time period. And what do we see here? Now remember, in the one up here, the head is cut off. Joseph Smith drew a head that looked like this head. What was it really? It was Anubis. And this was an embalming ceremony. Hence why the scroll was found with 4 mummies. The head that was torn off should have been a cat head. This is Anubis embalming a sarcophagus, a dead body, a mummy. What else do we got? And there's more. Now, this is in the Book of Mormon. It's not in the Book of Mormon. It's in the Pearl of Great Price. But this is a 3-in-1. It has 3 of the book. There are 3 holy books. This is one of their holy books. And they say they only believe the Bible insofar as much as it's translated correctly. So if translating things correctly is important, this should be important. Let's go on to facsimile 2. I just found this really interesting. So this is facsimile 2. Here it is in the Book of Mormon. And again, we have numbers all over the image. And then on the side page here, we have all the numbers translated. So if I can show you. They're very small numbers and they're hard to find. Actually, I don't think the numbers are shown in this image. No, because there should be a 2 right here. Anyway, he says, exclamation, figure 1 is Kalob, the first creation nearest to the celestial. This is figure 1. And it's hard to find the numbers. So this is figure 1, this boat thing. Anyway, but then he goes all the way to, and they're numbered all the way to figure 21. And it says, figure 10 means also. Figure 9 ought not to be revealed at the present time. So one of these figures, which one is 9? Oh, I'm not going to find it. This is like doing a puzzle. Okay. Figure 9 is this line right here. He didn't know what that meant, so he put ought not to be revealed at this time. Figure 10 means also. 8, 9. So this is 8. This is 9. This is 10. He says figure 8 contains writing that cannot be revealed unto the world, but it is to be had in the holy temple of God. Figure 9 ought not to be revealed at the present time. Figure 10 means also. Figure 11, also cannot be revealed at this time. Also cannot be revealed at this time. And then all this stuff down here, figure 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This is what the book says. I'm reading out of the book. And 21, all the way to 21, will be given in their own time, will be given in the own due time of the Lord. Will be given in the own due time of the Lord. And they said this is simple. They said the problem with the Bible was that the problem with Isaiah, and why Isaiah is plagiarized into this book, is because Isaiah was too complicated. And so he needed to dumb it down, I guess, for the Americans. And I asked the missionaries, I was like, okay, but here's the thing, guys. I don't think Isaiah is complicated. I understand Isaiah. I know it's Old English and you have to read it slowly and take your time and maybe do a little, back and forth between other versions to understand it, but it's not confusing to me. Why do we have to dumb down the book of Isaiah and reprint it in the Book of Mormon for the dumb American? Like, what is this? Joseph Smith just thinks everybody's an idiot and he's too smart for everybody. He probably had a big ego. And then, so anyway, so what is this? What is this? The symbol. What is the symbol? He said that it's all these things. And then some of it hasn't been told yet, but it'll come out in due time. Back in the day, people were very much ignorant to all this and easier to control. Yeah, well, plus he played a game with them. He played a mind game with them. So what is this? This is called a hypocephalus, which means hypo means under, cephalus means the head. These are amulets that are found all over Egypt, lots of them in different jewels, silver, gold, and they would make them and they would place them under a mummy's head, and it was supposed to keep the mummy warm in the afterlife using magic. So this is in a Christian book. Supposedly this is describing Christianity restored to America. Jesus came to America. No, this is a magic amulet to keep mummies warm. Again, why it was found with 4 mummies. So my problem is not with. I think the Mormon doctrine. I'm going to keep saying this. I think the Mormon doctrine helps people because it's basically the Christian doctrine. They've just changed things, and there's a big problem to that. And they need to be aware of this. That you can't go changing and twisting things and then still call yourself the other religion. You're not part of that religion. You're a different thing. And I respect everybody's different religions. I may not agree with them, but I respect them. But you can't call yourself my religion when you believe in a totally different God. You believe in a totally, you can't be a Christ one when you believe that. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop picking on the Trinitarians, the poor Trinitarians, the dang old Catholics. I'm gonna stop picking on the poor Catholic. You can't be a Christ one when you believe Christ is 3. It's called Christ one. All right, let's keep going. Lastly, the third facsimile. So, what does Joseph Smith say this was? What does Joseph Smith say this was? Abraham sitting upon Pharaoh's throne by the politeness of the king with a crown upon his head representing the priesthood as emblematical of the grand presidency in heaven. Emblematical with the scepter of justice and judgment in his hand. So he's saying that this is Abraham on a throne. Figure 2 is King Pharaoh. This is King Pharaoh behind Abraham, right? This is what Joseph Smith said. Figure 2 is King Pharaoh, whose name is given in the characters above his head, right here. And figure 3 signifies Abraham in Egypt, as given also in figure 10 of facsimile number 1. Figure 4, see, this is so complicated. They say it's supposed to be simple. Prince of Pharaoh, I don't know how you can read this and think it's simple. Prince of Pharaoh, figure 4. Which one's figure 4? Where's figure 4? And the numbers are so tiny, and it's like purposely made hard to. Okay, figure 4 is right here. Prince of Pharaoh. So this is the Prince of Pharaoh. This is the Pharaoh. This is Abraham, according to Joseph Smith. This is before they had the Rosetta Stone. This is before anybody knew what an Egyptologist was. This is just a dumb guy in New York who got a hold of some Egyptian scrolls, and he said that it was from God for the Mormons. Figure 5 is Shulam, one of the king's principal waiters, as represented by the characters above his head. Figure 6 is Olimla, a slave belonging to a prince. Figure 6 is a slave belonging to a prince. Abraham is reasoning upon principles of astronomy in the king's court. Reasoning upon the principles of astronomy in the king's court. Stargazing. That's great. Pope selling Pope. So anyway, what is this really? What is this really? Well, this is actually Osiris. And this is again from a Book of the Dead. This is from an Egyptian Book of the Dead that came along with a stone that went with mummies and a bunch of mummies and embalming techniques and things like this. So this is from a Book of the Dead. This is Anubis, who he said was Abraham, is actually Anubis, which is the god of the dead. Or no, is it? Anubis was the one from earlier. This is Osiris. Yeah. This is Osiris in reality, based off of other Egyptian similar cave paintings and things, similar Egyptian renderings of Osiris and Isis. So this isn't even a guy. Joseph Smith thought this was a guy. It doesn't even look like a guy in the picture. Look at that curvaceous rump and the long hair. This is obviously a woman. Yes, this is Osiris's wife, Isis. And this is a dead soul because Osiris is the god of the dead. And this is the dead soul being led to Osiris. And he said, this is Abraham. And this is in their book. Like, how can you have this huge chunk of your book that is just demonstrably incorrect, but you're going to believe the other 2/3 of it? And you're going to say, well, this book's only good insofar as much as it's been translated correctly. Well, if I take the original manuscripts in Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, I can translate this perfectly if I knew those languages. I don't. But if I did, I could easily translate this perfectly accurate translation, right? I can get a is it interlinear? Interlinear? I think it's called Interlinear Bible, which is basically a direct translation with the original script. I can get that, and I can read it, and I can get the original translation and have a 100% authentic original translation of the Bible, whereas this has been around for less than 200 years. Less than 200 years. What, 180 years? 1840? 180 years? This has been around less than 200 years, and it's been amended 144 times. They don't talk about the white and delightsome anymore. They don't. Everything is in the Mormon religion is going woke. You know, I don't know if schools should discriminate against homosexual people, but the Mormon schools used to because they were a Mormon college. They ignore separation of church and state, which isn't a real thing. It's not in the Constitution. We have a separation clause, but there is no separation of church and state in the Constitution. But people will argue you're not allowed to have a church on a public school campus, or BYU, and every Slick, all the colleges out here have Mormon churches on the campus. It's like a requirement, which is odd because the rest of the country, they can't do that. But here, we're the closest thing that you have to a theocracy where the religion runs the government. So basically, the Mormons run the state. They were here before America was a thing. We came here. I say we. I'm not Mormon, but they fled here because they were chased out of other states. And when they got here, not everything they did was great. They did what's called the Mountain Meadow Massacre. You guys ever heard about that? Danny Mullen did a video on it recently where he went to a BYU versus Arkansas Razorbacks game, and he dressed like a Native American, and he held up a sign that said, "Remember the Mountain Meadows Massacre." It was hilarious. I didn't think anybody else knew about this, but I've known about it forever. The Mountain Meadows Massacre was a series of attacks during the Utah War that resulted in the mass murder of at least 120 members of the Baker Fancher immigrant wagon trail. The massacre occurred in the southern Utah Territory at Mountain Meadows and was perpetuated by the Mormon settlers belonging to the Utah Territorial Militia, officially called the Nauvoo Legion, who recruited and were aided by some southern Paiute Native Americans. The wagon trail, made up of mostly families from Arkansas, was bound for California, traveling on the old Spanish Trail that passed through the territory. So like the 49ers, these people were coming from Arkansas to California, the gold rush. They're trying to get some gold. And these Mormons dressed up like Native Americans and attacked their caravan and slaughtered 120 of them. Basically, was it John Lee? Yeah. John Doyle Lee and Isaac C. Haight. These were Joseph Smith's gunmen, basically. These are like his assassins. They handled all the dirty work. They massacred 120 people, and we secured this valley. I keep saying we. As a Utahn, as a Utahn now, I'm a native Utahn. We secured this valley. No, but the Mormons murked some people, and I'm not totally against that. I'm not. Sometimes war is necessary. I don't think they were doing it of God, but I know Christians kill people too, so it is what it is. They thought that they were nuking the new land for themselves, and they slaughtered some people. I don't know if God was behind that. I don't know if he had a hand in that or if that was Satan, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Joseph Smith. He seemed kind of like not a good guy. Definitely not someone I would look up to as a prophet, for sure. For sure. Jesus was perfect, and this is the argument. This is the argument we have to make. Jesus was our perfect example of a man. Jesus did amazing things, and he was killed because they thought he was God. They killed him because they said, you think you're God. You're pretending to be God. You think you're God. And Jesus said, I'm not God. I'm not God. I never said I was God. Why are you going to kill me like I'm God? I'm not God. And then they killed him, and he was innocent. Okay? That's part of the whole big picture of when Jesus was crucified, he was an innocent man who was crucified. What were his crimes? Well, his crime was claiming to be God. So you think he was God? Wait, if he was God, then he was justly killed because they were killing him for saying he was God. If he was God, then they, by their laws, by the land of the laws, which we are supposed to abide by and render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, Jesus was a liar and Jesus was guilty. That's, if you believe in the Trinity, that's what you believe. So I'd recommend you reconsider your stance on things, because Jesus said he wasn't God, and he was an innocent man who was murdered because they thought he was pretending to be God. And he said, I'm not. He said, nothing I do is of myself, it's of my Father, and you can do greater things. So, I mean, if you think you can do greater things than God, then you don't know Jesus. How about that? How about that? One for each of the 12 tribes. So yeah, they murked a bunch of people, and I wasn't trying to make this a Trinity thing, but that's what none of your business is trying to make it. And I saw your meme. Looked like you were trying to take a shot at me with that lion meme. It was a funny meme, but I hope it wasn't trying to take a shot, because I would do a meme that said men in the 40s, and I would have like a Frank Sinatra guy with the hat, and I would say men today, and I would have like, never mind. Anyway, y'all don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah. So Joseph Smith was a mess, and this is the same problem I have with Muhammad. Your prophet slaughtered 120 people. Your prophet was a polygamist who got chased out of America. Your prophet was kind of crazy. People knew he was crazy. He was a book nerd. He read a lot. He plagiarized from the Bible, Native American, quote unquote. Robbie doesn't like that word, so we'll say indigenous peoples, lore and stories and legends. Stole from Egyptian stuff and then mistranslated it and just straight up lied to people, took their money and lied to them. And this is your prophet who you think restored Christianity. I recommend you reconsider. I think Mormons are so close. They're so close, but yet they're so far. when Jesus was nailed to the cross, he said, "Father, forgive them." Right, Lord Spike. It's really obvious, Lord Spike Protein. Like, why would he do that? Why would he cry out? Why would he say, "Not my will, your will be done, Father"? Like, there's so many things in the Bible from Jesus's mouth himself. So, I mean, if people just want to deny what Jesus said and make up their own crap because they listened to some elites hundreds of years after Jesus was around, then they can do that. I mean, I don't recommend it. I'd recommend you take you step back and you kind of think for yourself for a little bit, because you're thinking how you're told to think. You're believing what you've been told to believe by church leaders and by people who you don't want to read this book, or you want to pretend you read it and you want to pick and choose little chapters, but you don't actually want to do a thorough examination of it. Because if you did, instead of just listening to what other people told you to believe, I don't understand how anybody can be Trinitarian. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. It actually is anti-Bible. It's you're calling man to be like God. The Bible says they will call man to be like God and God to be like man. The Bible in the Old Testament, it says when the Son comes, he will call himself the Son of Man. He will not call himself God. He will not call himself God. He will not be God. He will be the Son of Man. When Jesus comes, he calls himself the Son of Man. There's multiple examples, Old Testament and New Testament. What's it called? Prophecy fulfilled. All the prophecies, when they're fulfilled with Jesus, they say he's going to come and he's going to say, he's going to make sure you know that he's not God, that he's the Son of God. And it's just a mess. Messing my Nessicans. I prayed Jesus on Station of the Cross, and then Carlos stole my lawn bags when Jesus was nailed to the cross. Yeah, I read that. What the heck? Where's my wrench? We don't wrench up females around here, Lady Seasal. Miss Seasal, runner-up Seasal. I think that's enough. That's enough for the Book of Mormon stuff. I pulled out all my tabs that I need to have in here for when the Mormons come over. Oh, compare with Genesis. So also in the Pearl of Great Price, you got the Book of Abraham, you got the Book of Moses. The Book of Moses is like identical to Genesis. The Book of Abraham is similar to Exodus, but with a lot of Egyptian stuff added in there. Doctrines and Covenants I haven't gotten into yet, but it looked like a mess. These are Egyptian embalming practices. I'd be an amazing mod. I'm not emotional at all. I'm completely logical. You're a pregnant woman. I disagree with that. Translated from Egyptian before the Rosetta Stone. Put my little tabs back in. What else is crazy about Mormonism? People post stuff on Discord and I have no clue what anyone's posting about. Why does everyone want a wrench? I don't know, man. Because it's important. I don't know. I don't know if it's important. Because they want to be mods. They want that power. They want that power. I wish I could find White and Delightsome. But I pulled the tab out. It's in 2nd Nephi. It's somewhere in 2nd Nephi. See, it's always about spoken plainly. I wish I could find the verses where it's all ego. You know how Raymond is. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Well, I took the tab out, so now I can't find it. Oh, actually, I just went by it. Yeah, oh, that's different. They changed the thing from 3 hours to 3 days. That's a minor difference, like not a big deal. But yeah, that's enough of that. I'll talk to them more when they come by. Common amulet, the hypocephalus. The hypocephalus used to keep the mummies warm. A common amulet. But they didn't know how to translate stuff. I have to change it again, just stick it on my go back. Good old lady seesaw. That was rude and unnecessary, ma'am. Dang, it's 10:30. That means we've been going for 4.5 hours. Let's play something up, play us out. I don't know. That Mormon segment didn't hit the way I expected it. When I talked to the guys, it was really good. We really had a good conversation. And they thanked me at the end. They're like, listen, they're like, we've talked to people kind of like you before who are Christian, and they say that Mormonism is not Christianity. But they said usually they just tell us, you're going to hell, you're going to burn in hell, you're changing the Bible, you're going to burn in hell, and then they chase us off their front porch. And they said, we really appreciate the way that you are actually asking, because I was not even debating them. I was just simply asking questions. I wanted to see how they responded to these things. And I told them, I said, like, the works, after all we can do, we're saved by faith after all we can do. I told them, this is the biggest thing that you guys need to be prepared for. You're young missionaries. This is what you're gonna run into. This is gonna be the biggest number one question is about the works over grace. JS Alpha Streams, thank you. I think the trouble is no one in here buys Mormonism. Yeah, well, we talked about Scientology. Nobody buys Scientology. It's just a theology segment. We're learning about theology. We're one day we'll do a segment on Muslims. One day we'll do a segment on Buddhism. I got to get my Buddhism book and read that. One day we'll do a segment on Hinduism. One day we'll do a segment on, I mean, I've already done, well, I think we've only done Scientology and now Mormonism. And talk about Jehovah's Witness one of these days. I know nobody buys it, but it's good to learn about these things. How are you gonna know? How are you gonna know how to defend your ideas if you don't know? That's why, like, I read the Communist Manifesto, and that's why I read things, because I like the religion talk. No crap, no cap. Thank you, Raymond. Yeah, it's good to learn about them and compare them. And I'm not like hating on the Mormons. I don't agree with them. I don't think Joseph Smith is a prophet. I think he was probably an eccentric genius, maybe a little bit crazy. Like, you know, he could have easily went a different direction and been very bad. Um, and I don't necessarily know that what he did was good, because you know, if we believe the Bible, I mean, they need to they're believing in a false prophet, and I'm not condemning them to hell, but God will. And just because, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I don't know. Based off what the Bible says, you know, and the problem with the Mormons is they don't just use these three as their holy books. They also use the Bible. They say they only believe it insofar as much as it's translated correctly, and then they'll sit there and argue about the validity of the translation. But they have the Bible, and they'll sit there and read the Bible talking about false prophets. They'll sit there and read Revelation saying, do not add or remove from this book. And then they'll go and read this book, and they'll just say, oh, well, the Bible is not justified. I think that's knowingly. You can't claim ignorance. You can't claim ignorance on that. It's not like some tribesman in Ethiopia who's never seen a Bible in his life, never doesn't even know what a Christian is, but if somebody who's living like that isn't out eating people, maybe they'll go to heaven, because the truth is written in their heart, and maybe they'll be uncorrupted by the world and the modern world, you know? Maybe if they live in the woods like Mowgli from Jungle Book, people like that just naturally go to heaven, maybe. They're more pure. But if you have one book saying one thing and then another book saying another thing, but you claim to be the people of this book, you're just spitting in God's face, right? And I think that's a problem, and I don't know. I hope that Joseph Smith hasn't condemned millions of people to hell, but maybe he did. Who knows? Who knows? I won't know till I'm dead. It's more sensible if that is a sentence that makes sense. It's more sensible if that is a sentence that makes sense. I'm tired of politics and hate. I don't hate nobody. Runner-up Seesaw, ma'am. I'm very different than I show. Yep. Let's see if I got anything like interesting or funny video to play real quick. While I say goodbye to everybody while we head out. I'm tired. I gotta work tomorrow. I gotta cut trees up. Cut more trees up. I gotta weld one more step in. I gotta grind the metal down and then weld one more step in. I welded 2 of them today. I gotta cut some trees up. The tree's already down. I gotta chop it up into bits. It's plum wood, super good smoky wood, but I don't have a smoker. Otherwise, I would save the wood from the plum tree that I cut down. My eyes are watering so high. So high? My eyes are watering so high. My eyes are watering so much. I'm not so high, I promise. I'm really not. God, it's this light. It's this light. It's a weird light. My eyes. Echo. You're up under my grill, buddy. But yeah, we're going to head out, guys. I'm just going to find a song real quick. Has Bryson got anything new? Shut up and dribble. God, they're watering so much. I gotta go, guys. Let's finish. Let's just listen to Ultra MAGA.
Quiet.
What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is probably the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history.
Make them matter.
They already hate us, so let's make them matter. They say we extreme, y'all hear the chatter. I be Christ first and the rest don't matter. 2 a.m. we run up on my back, so going ultra MAGA. Make America godly again, that's my favorite MAGA. And I rap about Bible verses than your favorite pastor. Overturn Roe v. Wade, cause them babies matter. If I rap about murder, I bet I'll be their favorite rapper. But I rap about God and family, so I get banned. Sorry that I don't believe a woman is a man. And this a war with good and evil. Tell me where you stand. You know only the wicked flee, that's why I never ran. It's about the kingdom,
not about the money. Hey. Yes, we love the Mormons. Thank you guys for watching. We've had a great night. Monday night, kicking the week off right every Monday night, every week. JS Urban Adventures, the Dreaded Conservative Show. Thank you guys for watching. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it every Monday night, 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you like on your way out. If you haven't hit the like button yet, hit the like. We are funded by viewers like you. Super chats. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats tonight. Nugget, I think Nugget Man and LJ Fox sent super chats. Thank you guys for the super chats.
We need a different view. Education in our nation should be school choice. Let the girls be the girls, boys be the boys. On the flex shelton to the game, I was be the voice of the people. Get to sounding off like a desert eagle. Heard you coming after me, guess I'm going Johnny Depp. I just smile while you lie, let the Lord be my rep. I keep swimming through the swamp like
Lord be my rep.
Been about the Constitution since the day I left from Mel's
What? Be safe. I'm out later, Dean. Lady Seesaw. Bubbles Seesaw. Bubbles Seesaw in the house. Lord Spike Protein. Bubbles got here late, but it was fun to see Raymond get that wrench. Great show. Thank you, Lord Spike Protein. Make sure you guys hit like. We got lots of likes. We got 28 likes. We live Coachella. Bubbles Seesaw. Stubborn One. Thanks for hanging out, Stubborn One. You know what? Keep them on so good. Chauffeurak's trying to get married to LJ Fox. I don't know if that's going to happen, my guy. Flor Cosenza going to bed. Very interesting show. At least what I could pay attention to. Buenos noches. Buenos noches. I'm strapped like the Middle East. Inflation. Building on your business. He's just a Trinitarian. They already hate us, so let's make them mad. Raven 11, new mod in the house. Been here forever, killing it. Yeah, that's kind of true. Every day's a meme. Everybody else, LJ Fox was here. Jeff Hewitt, new stopper buyer guy. RB was here earlier. I didn't say anything to him. I missed you. RB. RB was in the house. All the lords and everybody. Lord Collins B. Everybody who came by. Thank you guys for hanging out. Robbie, Butch, Fake Bo. You can name them. So I'm gonna stay posted right here with my same gun. Make a segment of me migrating to Florida. I could do that. When you migrate to Florida, send me a video. Send me a clip. Martin from Argentina. Send me a clip. But I'm going to go, guys. My eyes are watering like crazy. Have a good night. God bless. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Have a great Thanksgiving. Eat. Be conscious while you eat. Give thanks. That's what the day's for. The day is for giving thanks, and we get to indulge and kind of gorge ourselves. I know as Americans, we tend to do that all the time. We always go unconscious while we eat, and we just black out and just eat everything all the time. That's a typical American thing. That's why we're so obese nation. But we shouldn't be doing that all the time. But for Thanksgiving, that's the day to do it. That's the day to do it. That's the day to you work hard. You get a day where you just thank God for all your blessings, regardless of how little they are. You need to learn to be content with what you have, regardless of how much or how little it is. JS going live on Thanksgiving? Possibly, actually, Raymond, because I don't think, I'm going to be cooking all day on Thanksgiving. Once I'm done cooking, and if anybody comes over, I told a few people if they want to come by and get a plate, come over. After they leave, while I'm watching football games, just chilling at the house, or if nobody comes by, I might just stream some Fallout, play some Fallout or something. Who knows? But, just remember what the day is for. Give thanks for everything. If you don't feel like you have anything to give thanks for, then what a sad way to live. Give thanks that you opened your eyes this morning. Give thanks that you're breathing. Just give thanks for something, and get you some good food. Have you some good seasonal food that you don't eat any other time of the year, and just thank God. That's what the day is for. So God bless everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm out. Peace.